All right, all right, all right. I think we are live, everybody. Hello, hello. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're doing well. And an exciting full moon. We're going to do a full moon ritual before we get started and everything here in a moment. We're going to just give it a sec to let other people arrive here as I just went live. So we'll let some people get here. So thank you guys so much for all your love and support. I'm excited for this new year ahead, and I know you guys are too. We've got my little singing bowl. We got water in it. I'll talk about that here in a second. And we got some good moon cards for this evening too. So we will get that all introduced here in a moment. We got some crystals I'll talk about here in a moment. In fact, we'll bring them over here. Well, I won't forget. It's on my little list. I made a list to talk about the full moon here a little bit too. So before we use the singing bowl to bring in the ritual, if you want to join me in just coming back to this moment, we're just going to take a big, deep breath and hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then a slow exhale, just coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos of the outside world, and just coming back to right here, right now. So if you want to join me and do that, we'll start with a big, deep breath. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, everybody. Hello, hello. Happy super full wolf moon. Woof, woof, woof. You just visited the moon with your telescope, Deb Deb. How fun. Did she wave at you? Did the aliens wave at you on the moon? That is must be amazing to be able to see it, make it feel so much more real, right? So I love that. um, yeah, so of course it is gonna be a super wolf full moon in Cancer, and it's at 3:03 a.m. my time, which is 7 PM, an hour from now. So we're so close to the full moon. When we do our ritual, I'll tell you some things that you can consider, but it's a great time for release. We'll talk about what is, the maximum way to use this energy here in a sec too. But I was going, why do they call it? I know, right? Howling away. Why do they call it the wolf moon? And they said that it got its name because during this season right now, especially Northern Europe and the Northern United States and North America, probably more into Canada, wolves were heard more often. They used to think that they were hungry, but it's not. They um, actually discovered that's not why. They actually howl to rally the pack, define their territory, and gather for hunts. But I love that, to rally the pack, howl to rally the pack. So what a great moon to rally the pack emotionally, right? So I love that. Um, of course, with the full moons, we want to do our release ceremonies before we get to um, the full moon. It's like you're putting the stuff out ready to be released, and then it gets picked up and taken. A new moon, we wanna plant things the first 8 hours after the new moon is, you know, happened, so that it's the most, magical time to plant, because it's all ready to be done. So, um anything here in about an hour from now, because we're at like 9 hours. If you did a ceremony now, this super full moon in Cancer is so huge anyway. It's all going to be magical. Because I don't know about you guys. I have a Pisces moon and a lot of water in my chart, even though I'm an Aquarius sun, Capricorn rising. I've got a stellium in Pisces. I've got a grand water trine and a mini trine that makes a kite, it's all in water. So there's a lot of that, and I've been dreaming like crazy. Really, um, realistic dreams and bizarre dreams and all sorts of weird stuff. It's fun. So I'm sure you guys have been dreaming like crazy too. So, um, so there you back about the timing. Now, gratitude energy is very powerful for this full moon. And when you're creating, you can have like 10 release points because you get 10 new moon wishes, you get 10 release points as well for each full moon, which allows you this, release energy that comes in with that. And so um, when you're creating your release points, gratitude energy is always expansive and always draws things in. If we're like, "Get it away from me. We want this stuff out of my life," then we're actually attracting it more to us. So it's important to kind of go about it as gratitude. And so instead of get rid of energy, we're looking at transmuting and transforming, letting something become and change to higher wisdom and higher vibration rather than, go about it with a negative, you know, get away from me energy. So you can say something along the lines of to the universe as you're doing your releasing points and saying, I'm grateful for you helping me to see the blocks that stand between me and releasing blah, blah, blah. So that's that energy of I'm so grateful that you're bringing to me the awareness of what's blocking me so that I can release this. And then they help you release it. So it's a positive thing that's always worked well for me. Um, and then if we make the release points of any full moon, the sign of the full moon, anything that has to do with the sign of the full moon, um, it's extra transformative. So, like Cancer, some good things that we can focus on. I'm just going to do three to kind of keep it simple. Old emotions, because Cancer is all about emotions, of course, Cancer sign. Um, Finding emotional safety. I really love that one. So, we can find emotional safety with this. And then a focus on home and family or a sense of belonging. If you are like, I don't care about family and home, it's a sense of belonging that we can focus on as well. um, and of course, you can see whatever tools work for you for releasing. But because this is a water moon, some ideas are again, I'll give three. One is journaling because you can journal your emotions and allow them to flow. It's like an action. Getting them out of here and out here helps release them too. So that's how you can release some old emotions and, things like that too. Um, And then you use water, of course, because since this is a water moon, water is very important. So you can do like a written intention and then have it under a glass of water overnight. And then you can, pour the water out. Um, onto earth, or you can use water to absorb whatever you're wanting to let go of and then, pouring it out on the earth because Earth Mother, she has the, great ability to help us transmute it. So she can transmute it for us. So as we put the energy into the water, then we can give that to the earth and the earth just goes, thank you, transforms it and gives the energy back to us in a higher vibration. So I love that. Can also do cleansing actions to clear stagnant energy. And you can do a shower. Again, water is important. So you could do a shower, let it pour over you and let it wash away energy. You can take a bath and then, just imagine with intention that all this stuff is leaving your body and going into the water and then down the drain it goes. Of course, you can always do the standard old school burning sage and incense, within the intention of letting go, allowing the smoke to be leaving us and going into the air to be transmuted, and of course, lighting candles, as well. So all those are regular things we can do too. Three crystals. It's all about the threes today. Three things you can focus on, three ways, three tools, three crystals. We've got moonstone, which if you've ever seen moonstone, I don't know if you can see that very clearly. But you got moonstone is a positive one, so we've got them present here. We're gonna put them in the little seat of importance up here. And then, of course, selenite is a wonderful way. It's, Selena, she's attached to the moon. So, of course, moonstone and moon, this is great energy. And then, of course, we can't forget rose quartz too. So, if you have rose quartz, any of those can help amplify the energy, help you release the energy with, especially this Cancer um, full moon. So, some ideas, definitely whatever you feel you want to do. Always trust your heart, trust your spirit, allow it to guide you in your release ceremonies. There's no wrong way. It's all about we're the powerful one. Our intention is what fuels everything. Everything else is just tools that help amplify or focus. But we're the battery. Everything comes from us. So there's no wrong way. So what we're gonna do, I got water in this singing bowl. Try not to electrocute myself. If I do, I love you guys. I'll see you on the other side, or I'll come hunt you. You know I will. So I'm gonna hit the singing bowl. I'm gonna do it 3 times like we normally do. And the intention that I'll be going forward is I clear this space of rhythms and vibrations that are stagnant and heavy. I make room for only that which nourishes me and allows me to thrive. So that's what I'm going to be repeating and sending the energy out. So if you want to join me, in fact, I'll put that here in the, shall I see, make sure I spelled everything correctly. I make room for only what, okay, that's good. So here, if you guys want to chant this on your own, well, okay, yeah, there is a spelling error. Well, I'm glad they stopped me here. That's good. There you go. So, in fact, let me just correct that really quick here. Where was it? Oh, stagnant instead of stagnant. All right, I see it now. All right. So here we go. And many blessings, everybody. Happy super full moon. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to hit it a few more times. It's not very loud, but holy crap. I don't know about you guys. I'm like, emotions are flowing like crazy. All right. I think that's enough. Don't want to end up bawling on here. Wow. Powerful energies. Wonderful releasing of old emotions. You can just feel it just rolling, rolling, rolling. Okay. Glad I don't wear makeup. Guess it's the little black mascara. All right. All right. I feel like that's good for our release, but definitely do something on your own, of course, with the full moon as you feel. But hello, hello. Hello. A hug, a little hug. Hugs to you guys too. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful, powerful energies. So, well, hello, everybody. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome, welcome. We got a great, loving, and hilarious group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, welcome, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. So, we love that. We love that. If you want to know how the whole process works of the readings, it's all down in the description box of the video down below. So you can check that out at your leisure. And basically, um, free readings are first come, first serve. And that's generally 1 to 2 cards. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I step out of the free readings to prioritize those, dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards. We get into spilling the tea with Bretta Z. Did you guys like the little I made a little angel. It's like 2 things I put together to make a little angel pushing the teapot and spilling the tea because it's spirit spilling the tea. It cracked me up. Anyway, we dive deeper into these. We pull more cards, and you also get a fortune cookie. Tonight, in honor of the moon, we're actually, if you make a donation, um, for your first one, you do get the Moonology one here. And if you have additional ones, we have this additional deck, which is the Stardust Seed Oracle, which is what we'll be using for those. They're a little shorter, but for your first donation, you get a Moonology. So these are really cool. So I'm excited to use those. We're also for tarot, just since I'm talking about all the decks we're using the Lunar Tarot. How and look, it's a wolf full moon. What do you know? So that's what we'll be using tonight. And then I have our learning tarot for when cards. I have a backup tarot just in case we need anything else too. So we're well prepared. But if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have the Venmo, Z Cash App, Z PayPal, and the Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you want to give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can. And I'm very grateful for that. I do honor that. So I know everyone's finances are different. The rate of exchange is different. The cost of living is different all across the world. So whatever you give, I am grateful for. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. And if 2.5 hours in, I have not completed any free readings, I do step away from donations, complete at least 30 minutes of free readings, and then I go back and finish out all donations. And if I have energy and spirit is nudging me to finish, we'll finish all free readings too, which I do on quite occasionally. Like last night, I almost went 6 hours, but it was January 1st. Come on. I know balance, balance, balance. I will. Someday I will. All right. So, what else? What else? Oh, tomorrow we have a giveaway because for the full moon, every full moon and every new moon, I'm going to try to do this for 2026 as long as there's interest. Um, I'll be giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading in one of my energy hedges, or, whichever one you'd like. And to get into the drawing, you just got to check out that video or in the stream. I mean, yeah, in the stream's description box down below, I always have the current um, the current giveaways. So be sure to look at there. And then the Supercell ended yesterday. I'm deleting off that my little cheat sheet over here. So we'll probably have sales throughout the year here and there. I am going to be introducing some new hedges, and so when I introduce those, I'll generally have them at a discounted special price on special. So I'll be working on those this year. I'm excited. And if you haven't checked out my new podcast, we got the Easier Path. Is my free podcast, and the Adventure 7 came out last week, which is In Love with the Future, which is all about falling for people and seeing, who the potential of who people could be instead of who they are now. And so it's a interesting adventure there. And if you want to catch up on the entire season, you can I was going to say you can purchase. That's not the word. Um, Whatever you do with Netflix, I get totally lost my mind, but the playlist is in the description box and then on my main, channel as well. Binge. You can binge the sessions, the season of The Easier Path. Next week, I haven't started working on it yet. I know it's been busy, but we're going to talk about defense, about getting defensive and how we can keep ourselves from being defensive and helping other people not to. We can't choose for people, but we can make it easier or harder for people to become defensive in our conversations. It's from this book. I'm going to quote him quite a bit because I read it today and I'm like, oh my God, this is what we're going to talk about. It's such good stuff. Num, num, num. All right. But that's all the blah, blah, blah. Let's get into the readings. Let's do some shout outs first. Then we'll get into the readings. So, I know, release away, so freeing. Hey, Olivier. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And then Rocky Mountain Deb. Of course, Deb's in the house. I've been talking to you, but thank you for your donation. We'll add you to the list here. And then I'll give everyone an update on the list here in a sec here. And then Olivier, here is your free reading. I'm going to grab all your flowers too. They're so pretty. We'll put it in here. And then June, of course, thank you so much for all of your donations. We will get into the tea for sure. And you're holding to post the fourth donation reading until after the third. Oh, clarity. Look at you. You little schemer, you. All right, we got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo, thank you so much for your donation. I got you on the list as well. Yes, happy second day of the year. It's already the second. I'm doing very well. Had a great 3-mile walk today. Been slowly easing my way up, and I added a little extra half a mile on. It feels really good, so I'm very happy to be out and about. We got Aunt Rose in the house. Hey, Aunt Rose, thank you for your donation. Get you on the list here as well. Thank you for that. And we've got Marissa Smith. Hey, Marissa. Get you on the free list here. There we go. We got Happy Pill. Hello, hello, Happy Pill. Hey, Happy Pill. I didn't get an email from you yet, so just a reminder, if you want to email me at brettazen@gmail.com. Uh, Anna did get back to me. They do long distance healing, but if you email me, I'll give you their phone number and we can go from there. So I just want to make, well, that was on my mind. All right. It clicked as soon as I saw your name. All right. And then we got all Junes. Got Cat Mia in the house. Hey, Cat Mia. So I got you on the free list here. And we've got Maria M9P. We got you on here for your channel reading. And then Ateshi Singh. Hello, hello. We got you in the house too. All right. All right. So we are good to go. I think that is everyone. Got everyone on the list. Anything on the email? No, we are good. So for donations, we've got Jojo up first, and then June times 4. Thank you, thank you. And then Aunt Rose, and then Deb, you'll be up after that. And then for free readings, we've got Ateshi, Maria, Kat Mia, Happy Pill, Marissa Smith, Olivier Bagara. I love saying that. And I think that's everyone. So if I'm missing anyone, I don't see it in the chat. So post it down below and let me know if I missed anyone. Because sometimes YouTube, don't take it personally. They just mess up sometimes. There's little glitches, I think, here and there. All right. So let's take a little cheers of some coffee. Cheers, cheers. Chick, chick, chick. Happy New Year. All right. Hey, Brenda, Brenda. Good to see you. We'll add you to the list here too. So I know by the time I get down to you there, cheers. We will have your question out there. All right. Questions. All right. I think we're ready. Let's get into it. So, Jojo, oh, yeah, look, 2626. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful energies. So, and then, of course, I replied to your email for your free reading. Congratulations on being one of the winners over Christmas weekend. Let's give your donation a love and a like here. Hey, hey. So funny. I am loving the moon vibes as with all my Pisces energy, my Pisces moon and oh my gosh, the stellium I have. I think I have it in my Mercury and my Venus and my moon. And then I think in my Saturn. And then what else? Is it my Lilith? It might be some I have one other of the, off little, not the big planets, one of the little things. Not that they're not important. So yeah, I'm feeling that emotional energy and it's great. Helps balance off my little mental Aquarius and Capricorn rising. All right, your question. Oh, I love the feather. Why have you been seeing and noticing a lot of eye imagery lately? Oh, all right. Very good. Let's take a look here. We'll scroll down here. Yes. Everything in water. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of the inner planets, but definitely uh, it's a good balance with all that with that air and all that thinking energy. The emotional energy is good. I used to be a big thinker. Now then I became a big feeler, and now I've become a balanced. Well, teeter totter. All right, let's take a look here. Why are you seeing all this eye imagery? What's going on here? Let's take a look. What the spirit wants you to know. Right, thank you. Got these three and this one and this one. I got this one too. And then that's the bottom of the deck. Yep. So this is they want you to see here. Oh, okay. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the El Magician coming in here. So there is a lot of this expansion of energy. I just feel like the magician really standing out of, how they have usually a wand to the heavens and a hand to the earth, and they're this conduit. It's our higher self expressing itself through the world. And what's your vision? Yeah, it is in a way of, you know, what 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 are you wanting to see? I'm getting, and we'll see what cards come in here. I'm getting the Temperance card of alchemy coming in, going, what do you want to alchemize? What are you wanting to create? When the alchemist, which kind of a magician is in a way an alchemist, but it's, here's the pot that you're going to put something in and to create something. So it's like, well, first of all, what are you going to put in here? What's the base metal you want to put in? So I got to understand what I'm starting with. And then I got to understand what I'm trying to alchemize and bring it to. Because if I'm just wandering in life, this is a good message for me. This is hitting home for me right now. If I'm just wandering in life and I don't have a specific what I'm wanting to do, then I'm just wandering and my energies. So it's remembering your why and coming back to it, right? Because I can get into just doing the stuff. Here I am doing my readings but where you're going, what are you headed? I don't know. I'm just kind of focusing on enjoying right now, but it's like, what is in your heart? What's really coming in here, right? So I like that. I like that energy, coming in there. Um, yeah, so let's see what else we have here. And you got 3 cards on 1 cards and 2 cards, so your 3, 1, 2. I feel like the message isn't that things are out of order, it's more of a message of things don't have to go in an order, you know, because we think, "Oh, it has to be this, and then this, and then this," and it's like, "Who says? Who says?" Right? So, I like that message there. Alright, you got the 6 of Pentacles, you got the sharing energy here with the 6 of Pentacles, so I like that. It's called sharing, and it's what are you wanting to share with the world? How do you wanna share there you go, how do you wanna share that love in your art with the world in your own special, unique way? There's no right way, no wrong way. What way do you want? You know, it's like coloring on a coloring book. A little child, you gotta stay within the lines. No, you tell it, go ahead and color. Well, how am I supposed to do this? There's no wrong way. Just color it in. You can make the elephant, blue if you want, or purple, and you don't even have to be in the lines. It could be a giant blob if you want. I like this. 10 of wands. Yeah, where are you investing your energy? Being aware, and that makes sense. That's what I was gonna say is when we don't have our true north and our why, that's our navigation, right? And if I don't have that, then we're investing our energy in all these places that are not supporting our dream. That's what, at work, when I worked for that company for over 20 years, I loved when they introduced the true north and, kind of energy into the company, and they were like, we have a goal. This is our goal. Everyone needs to know this is our goal. Every department, this is our goal. I think it was like they wanted to be uh, one of the top 3 insurance companies in the nation, right? Was their goal. And they go, if it doesn't support this, then we don't invest in it. And we started dropping projects. And that would be the thing is we would go, does it serve this? If it doesn't pass that, then no, we're not going to do it. And so it was this beautiful clarity that comes in, and we stop investing our energy and feeling scattered too. It helps us focus. So I like that. Yeah. And the 9 of wands, perseverance. So it's all about the energy here, about where to invest your energy. So I love that. I love this for you. You also have the chariot. Yeah. And power of choice. There's no right choice. There's just being aware of your choices each moment is an important piece of this. And look at we got the wolfies. The woofs, woofs, woofs. So we've got this, and this is the Cancer moon energy. So this is such an important energy, and we just had 3344 on the little timer here. So I like this bringing in this awareness, seeing the synchronicities, following your heart and your path coming in here. But the power of choice energy, that there's no right choice, no wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. So what do you want your outcome to be? Then this is what we focus on. This is good. This is good for January 2nd. Then you also have the Justice card. You got this Libra balancing energy coming in, a lot of clarity of seeing things. Let's see if I can get this where it doesn't have a glare. There you go. Not too bad there. Um, Seeing things from this high perspective, again, this nice balancing energy, but getting the clarity, getting out of our head of the small t truths about the supposed tos. Oh, this is how things are supposed to go. This is what you should go, need to go, blah, 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 blah. All that yabba dabba do, expectations, whatever, right? So this is that clarity and seeing things from a higher perspective. Underneath that, we did have the Knight of Wands. Yeah, I love this. A force of nature is what it says on the bottom down here. A force of nature. So this is the quest of stepping into your power. And with all this Wands energy, this is especially your, Leo stellium. Don't you have a stellium in Leo? Or at least I know your North Node. But I know you have a lot of Leo energy, which is stepping into that energy and going, what do I want to do with this? I could rule the world. um, if you need a cohort, we could be Pinky in the Brain. You can be the one wanting to take over Sun, Moon, and North Node. Yeah, so you do have that stellium. Oh, Sun and Moon. Wow. Yeah. So I love this for you. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is here from the Moonology. But yeah, so that's what that is here. I love this. I feel inspired. This is a great message. I'm going to hijack your reading for me. All in the ninth house, too. Wow. Yeah. So the house of the that's Sagittarius. So, that is a firehouse and learning and everything else, too, right? Let's see what you got here. You got the new moon in Capricorn. I love it. It says, your hard work is paying off. And I love this energy because we're in Capricorn season right now. Capricorn card, you got the Cancer full moon energy, which is all tomorrow, all this culmination. There might be something important happening tomorrow, maybe some clarity that comes in. But I love this for you. Let's see what else we got here. Here we go. This is what it says. First and foremost, this card suggests a new start for you professionally. Ooh, I know. Whatever has been going on in your working life, this card heralds the start of a new, improved work cycle. If you're unhappy in your current job, this is the time to either renegotiate your position or look for something new. Whatever your question, whether work related or otherwise, a new plan and strategy is called for. Here we are, the plan, the strategy. You need to take a look at the long term and think about where you want to be in 12 months or even 5 years time. That's crazy. Where do you want to end up, right? This will inform your best course of action now, so think seriously about it. Drawing this card suggests it's time for you to be ambitious about whatever it is that you want to achieve. You can't make this up. To attune to the moon, make a proper plan and execute it well. Additional meanings of the card, you need to be more disciplined to reach your goal. Jojo, and I'm just kidding. Hard work will make your dreams a reality. A very good omen for study or teaching. And don't be too controlling and avoid anyone who is controlling. The teaching that we learn from this Capricorn new moon is Capricorn is the sign of ambition, building, and hard work. The energy is solid and rigid. The new moon in Capricorn is a powerful lunation that comes towards the end of each year and marks arguably the best moment annually to make a list of your hopes, your dreams, your ambitions, and intentions for the year ahead. So you can do that now if you didn't in the Capricorn new moon that we had um, last month, just a couple weeks ago. Pulling this card at any time suggests that with planning and discipline, you can achieve whatever you set your mind to. Boom. You can't make that up. I love it. So that is your fortune cookie there. If you haven't, something that helped me kind of look at what I want to do for this next year is that I posted it on Monday, I think, Mel Robbins 2026. Um, and she has a link there that you can get her free workbook. It's to have you reflect back on 2025, the things that stood out, the things that you felt were low, like the low points, and what did you need during those low points? And then what were all the high points, and what was the common theme of the high points? And then for 2026, what do you want to continue doing? What do you wanna stop, and what do you wanna start? And it really was motivational, for me, and it's free if you're interested. And that's good for anyone that's listening, of course. All right. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. What a reading. Boom. Boom shakalaka. All right. That needs a cheers. Let's have some more coffee here. All right. So I like it. I like it a lot. Many thanks. Thank you as well. Um and I'll probably get to your free reading on Monday. Well, depending on the weekend. If it's a light weekend, I might get to them sooner. If it's a heavy weekend, then probably Monday. So we'll assume Monday for now. All right. So many blessings, my friend. All right. We'll continue on here. Let's see. Did anyone else come in here? I wasn't paying attention. Nope. Nope. All right. So June, you are up at 41 even. Look at, are we going to have an evening of awesome timestamps? I like it. I like it. Dun, dun, dun. That's hilarious. I love that. So thank you, June, so much for all your multiple donations. I greatly appreciate that. Happy New Year, Deb Deb. And let's take a look here. Spilling the tea with Bretta Z. Yeah, you love it. I really I got a kick out of it. I like creating things. So I loved the little spilling the tea was my little giggle for the day for me. So this is the weekend that SS and Volcanic, I love it, Volcanic K are at the SS family's overnight gathering. They arrived today and they're leaving on Sunday. Unfortunately, the golden child isn't able to make it because of their third shift. Okay. Work schedule reading what's going to happen tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday between them. All right. Between SS, KCS, and TS. Now that the golden child isn't there, I'm assuming the energy hasn't shifted thus. A physical attraction isn't going to happen, but will someone else occur instead? Still, spill the tea, Bretta Z. I had this impression. I thought the blow up happens later in the month at a like a birthday celebration or something in a couple weeks. I don't know why. I don't know why. That's what I remember. Maybe I'm on a different timeline. I'm in a different Earth dimension. Maybe in my in my world, that's what I saw. All right, let's take a look here. See, is this blurry? Let's see, does that help? I don't know. It looks kind of blurry. It's probably focusing on something different. All right, let's take a look here. So what's going to happen tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday between what are we gonna say this, the lion pride versus the gazelle? Let's see here. What have we got going on here? What's going to happen here? All right, we got that. Is that it? All right. Oh my gosh. What's funny oh, it's not okay, yeah, it doesn't show blurry over here now. It did for a sec, maybe it was just maybe my eyes were going blurry. Maybe I was coming back into this dimension. Let me scroll down here so I can see your messages here. Yeah, physical altercation, yeah. So look at the bottom of the deck, we have the 7 of cups. Look at the lion pride surrounding the little ace of the little cup in the middle. It's like the lion circling the gazelle. Look at that's what I was seeing was, this poor gazelle going, "Oh, crap." So it does feel like that kind of energy, me versus the world energy from the volcanic, perception here. So it does feel like there is um, that kind of energy. Not that they're gonna well, maybe well, we'll see here. I don't think they're gonna physically gang up on him, but there is that energy here of, emotionally with it being 7 of cups. So let's see what unfolds here. So we do have the Empress. Yeah, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So mother is in the house. The mother is seated on the throne. Uh-oh, that's not looking too good for the volcano. So definitely there is this energy. Welcome back to this dimension. Yeah, whoosh. So, very interesting that it feels like she of course, she usually is it's like the lion pride pack is led by a lioness instead of a lion, right? She's like the matriarch, you know? I don't know why they're reminding me. Oh, remember Dallas, that old soap opera, evening soap opera? You know, we had Dallas, we had Dynasty, all those back in the day. Well, they're like, the Mama Ewing, I forget what her name was. She was everyone was like, "Ooh," even the father was like, "Listen to mom." So I feel like that's kind of energy. It's out of respect, not like, well, mainly respect. There is some, you don't want to mess with theirs. So you're just like, it's just better if mama's happy, everyone else is happy. So I feel like she's in the seat. She's on the throne. So when the queen is, I think that when the queen is in the castle, everybody be aware, right? Let's see what else we have here. Oh, yeah. And then we have the emperor and the 5 of cups. So we've got here, what is there 3 children and then well, this would be him in the middle. Is there 4 other people? I don't know. Well, we got here the emperor. So father also. Um, oh, it's funny that that's absence here. Oh, that's funny because the golden child isn't there, right? So the father, especially, I feel is um pretty bummed about the golden child not being there. And I feel like they're kind of vocal about it. "Oh, darn. It's too bad so and so." They keep on talking about him. "Oh, it's too bad." And it kind of feel like there's this kind of, story unfolding in my head where, like, both, the 2 arrive, and then, um, you know, it's like the first sibling is there, and they're like, "Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, it's too bad so and so's not gonna be here." Already. And then another sibling comes in, "Hey, blah, 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 blah." And then they're like, "Oh, it's too bad so and so's not gonna be here." Yeah. Right? You never know what's gonna happen next. And it's like almost like the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland, right? "Off with their heads! Off with their heads! Keep her happy." Um, it's not that extreme, though. Um And then, of course, mama comes in and she's like, "Hey, oh, it's too bad so and so's not gonna be here." And then lastly, like, dad comes in, and it's like each time it's like a dagger into the volcano, right? And they're just like, poke, 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 poke. And I feel like that's what's coming in here is everyone is mentioning it. Even though he's not there physically, they're there, in presence because people are like, "Let's set a place at the table just in case they're able to get off and come anyway." It's like, "This is a place of honor." "No, no, don't sit there." You know? It's almost like that bad where even though they're not there, they are really there. So let's see what else unfolds here. Yep, Queen of Pentacles. So I do feel like this is, A, right? I should have all these initials down by now. I know. I know. Um, no, it's SS. SS and K. That's right. The SS battleship. That's I'm gonna remember. The SS battleship. So this is SS. Queen of Pentacles, very nurturing, very really focused on themselves. I'm taking care of myself. I'm not worried about anyone else. You know, I'm taking care of me. And I like that energy because, I can't control how other people are going to treat you or how you're going to treat other people. All I can control is how I'm interacting with other people. And I can't control anyone. I feel like I saw a brief glimpse of your other question about their trip up, I feel like their trip up was a little bit of it was, well, you know, you're gonna, like, keep them from picking on me and everything this time, and they were like, like, I can control them, you know? I can't control you, and they want you to behave. How can I control them if I can't control you? You know, you guys are whatever, you know? Yeah, it's out of my hands. So I like this, you know, I'm taking care of me and I'm nurturing myself from SS. Um, what else? Ooh, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, we've got the Cancer full moon energy. Ooh, oh, what else is here? Oh, yeah, Ace of Wands. So there's still gonna be a little bit of a energy. That's a hissing cat. Um, because the emotions are so ripe for this. We'll see if they'll tell us what it is here because, you know, of course, the full moon itself always expands emotion. A super full moon, boop, 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 and a Cancer full moon, because it's in, you know, in that, suit. So, definitely emotions are whatever they're focusing on is blown into huge, huge, um, you know, just it expands it in such a huge way. This Ace of Wands, you know, can be inspiration, yeah, but with this combination with the search situation, it's like, you know, they're kerosene and someone just takes a match and goes, did you ever used to do that? Have a matchbook and you take a match and you put it on it and you go, and it makes this little flaming arrow, and then, no, I was not a pyromaniac. That's what we did as children. We didn't have all the toys we did today. All right, let's see if they can tell us what is this? What is this extreme thing here? Oh, we got the joining together. Is there 5 that would be joining together here? So there's that mom and dad and SS, and is there 2 siblings that are there? Because it is a joining together energy. Yep, and but the Queen of Swords, there's a composure that's here. There's a balance here. I feel like I'm gonna pull a when card here. Just go tell me about the explosion. 5, yeah. So and that makes sense with the 5 of cups too. The 5 gathering around mama, you know, being in the middle, um, kind of energy. But I feel like it's more oh, and that makes sense when we're talking about the 4 people. 'Cause SS won't go, "Oh, yeah, I wish the golden child was here." They're like, I am not gonna take responsibility." But the other 4 are talking about the golden child, right? So that makes sense that there would be, 4 others there, right? Interesting. Let's see here. Tell us about the explosion. Um, what do we have here? Oh, yeah. So we've got the Knight of Pentacles. The dates are off here. It's April and May, and that's not the case. They're just saying it's going slower than it was before. So there was an energetic change that came in, a variety of different things, like you had mentioned that the energy had changed. So there is a bit of a slow in the roll kind of energy. Um, I wonder if the Capricorn Earth energy, when that kicked in, it just kind of grounded some people, have had to make some different choices. But yeah, and then of course with the golden child not being there, it's a little less in their face than it was. So it feels balanced, even though they feel ganged up on. I feel like they're kind of used to that by this point, whether it's, you know, from friends and family and you know, it's usually everyone against me, you know, because that's their energy that they feel, and so they attract it, right? And so that's the volcano, you know, has drawn that toward themselves. So, yeah, I don't feel like the explosion happens here, even though there is a little bit of a spark of some snappiness, but I feel like they're not alone. I feel like everyone's being a little snappy anyway, um, because of the holidays and the moon and everything else. I feel people are tired and other people are snapping at each other too. So it's not like they're the only one, but of course theirs is always, "Oh, look what they're doing," and they're not going well. You just were snappy to them, but, "Oh, no, but look, they shouldn't be snappy to us. We're family. We're allowed to be snappy, but you're not family yet, and you won't be," you know? But, yeah, there's that balancing energy that's in there, and, even the bottom of the deck, we do have the, Libra balancing energy, seeing things from a higher perspective, but, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of yeah, I mean, there is a I like this on the bond too. There is a lot of swords being thrown around, but it's more of a scuffle than it is a war or a battle, for what's coming forward. So let's see here. Let's see. We're going to use the monology for this one, for your first one. Then we'll revert to the other deck for the fortune cookie for the others. But this one's a little more in depth. Let's see what else they want to add in here about this gathering. What other energy can we know about for this gathering? Okay, this one. Yeah. It's waxing. The energy is gaining momentum. Exactly what we were saying, right? It's a building. Here it comes. So the waxing moon. Let's see what this brings in here. I think these are in the front. Yeah, there it is. Come back here. There it is. Oh, that's the waxing crescent. Oh, I think maybe it's the waxing in the back. I'm sorry. I can find the new moon and the full moon real quick, but they've got these other ones kind of um, split out. Oh, I bet it. Oh no, here's the waning. So here's the waxing. Oh, good. So during the waxing moon cycle, hope springs eternal. The card is a very positive omen, indicating that you can create the reality you're dreaming of, though it will take some work and you're not quite there yet. So, this is a time of energies rising up. Emotions are building too. Where do you want to go? And do you believe you can get there? Either you can just keep meditating and focusing on your desired outcome, or you can make the courageous commitment to take more practical steps towards your goals. This is SS, right? But also with volcano, their emotions and energies are here comes that the magma is rising up. So whichever you decide, you are most certainly on the right track. The to tune to the moon, I know I'm headed in the right direction. So I do feel SS knows, and they're making plans and they're, making those decisions. Additional meanings, the situation's full of potential. Your dream can come true. More effort is yet required. Are you willing to give it? Review your goals and ensure you're still committed. Keep moving forwards. There's a teaching thing too, but this is reminding me of the Queen of Pentacles we got for SS, that they're like, whatever, I'm focused on my dream, my goals, and I'm doing this. I'm not worried about what everyone else is doing. My energy is invested in here and my plans. My plans within plans within plans, right? The waxing cycle is the period of the lunar cycle from the new moon to the full moon. And during this time, the moon appears to be slightly bigger and rounder every night. This is a very empowering and very empowered time. And this is a very promising card. It suggests now is the time to make plans and to act on them, no matter when you actually pull the card. So there definitely is this energy of things are boot, boot, boot. But I like this. This feels the positive side of the card definitely feels like SS's energy, where I'm excited, I'm making plans, I'm making things, I'm making decisions, I'm doing things. And then we'll see when the full moon hits. Well, the full moon hits tomorrow, but the the whatever, you know, symbolic full moon for them. So interesting. All right, all right, all right. So we will dive in deeper here into your other questions. We'll find out what else is going on here. Let me do a couple shout outs real quick. Just take all that in for a moment. So we got, let's see here. We went down to right here. Blah, 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 blah. So we've got Moonlight. Hello, hello, Moonlight. Good to see you. You should be sleeping. You're working tomorrow, but yeah, the full moon. You're like bzz, buzzing, buzzing. Good to see you. And Debbie, oh, happy new year to you, Debbie. Oh, many blessings to you. Got your free reading here. Let me get you onto the list here. Boom, boom. All right. Happy New Year. Hope you guys are enjoying this moon. Yeah, we got yeah, it's funny because Summer or Moonlight is a Cancer moon, and Debbie O, you're also a Cancer. I mean a moon Cancer sign, not moon, but Cancer sign. Both of you are. So you came in at the same time. A rising, and here it is, 7 p.m. The full moon in Cancer is happening right now. You can't make it up. Boom, you guys arrive just as the full moon in Cancer arrives. Dun, da, da, da. Royalty has arrived. Any other Cancer signs in the house? All right. I know you can't make it up, right? All right. So that is good there. Let us jump in. So, June for number 2, you got 10221. Look at all those. I'm just going to progress here because we got all those ones and twos that's in here. Yeah, you're both Cancer sign and moon sign, right? Double whammy. All right, so let's go up to here. Thank you for your additional donation, June. So, question number 2, the reading on SS, the ride to as well as the ride home. So, we kind of got a little glimpse into that. Cheers before we dive into the second one here. Let me switch out and put my tea over here. All right. So let's talk about the ride up because of course there was this like, you are you gonna like protect me from your family? And they're like, well, they want me to protect them from you. How am I supposed I can't control either of you. So very interesting energy here. Oh, Virgo sun. That's right. Cancer moon, Capricorn rising. So Cancer moon. Yeah, that's right. All right, let's take a look here. The ride up. What else can we know about this little adventure? And then the ride home. Based on current energies, we got this and we got these. Yeah, we definitely have the strength card here. So there is a different kind of energy than we would normally get before, right? There's this energy of internal strength, not being, before, the volcano could push a button and watch them flip out or cry or, it's mainly cry or, you know, get angry cry, now it's, oh, blah, blah, blah. Oh, really? Okay. And I feel like that's really starting to freak out Kay a bit because they're like, they're not acting predictable, at least predictable the way I used to be able to predict and manipulate and touch the buttons. Whoa, push the buttons, but and now they're like they're becoming predictable in their inner strength, and that's like, I don't like this. I want you to go back the way you were. Yeah, of course. So the trip up, what else? We got the 3 of Pentacles and the 10 of Wands. Yeah, this kind of, talks here about the 10 of Wands is all the energy and action, and the 3 of Pentacles is kind of like the tribal energy. And so this is what I was talking about of like, are you going to control everyone's all their actions and all to me against me, you and your tribe, you know? Are you guys gonna ostracize me again and make me feel like, you know, it's everyone against me?" And that's when, they said what they said. Like, I can control them, like I could control you, you know? Everyone's their own person. I can't make people I can't tell people, "You better be." Really? So I like that. And then what else? Yeah, we got that Capricorn energy. I feel like they talked a lot about work, keeping it business, with that energy really of the Capricorn really is matter of fact and practical and, talking about, more of plans of work and stuff, like for this new year and what about this and what about that. And I feel like they were kind of not brainstorming, but, you know, reflecting upon work of last year and this year and, that kind of thing. Really keeping it, in that kind of scope most of the time. Yeah. And the Knight of Swords, yeah, because this came out with that. A lot of thinking, a lot of movement of thought and ideas, more so that stuff. And I feel like SS is going, yeah, yeah. Let me just um kept on asking them questions about what they're doing and, "Well, what are you gonna do with blah, blah, blah at your work?" And then they're all, "Oh, blah, blah," because they like talking about themselves. So they know that they're just like, I ask them this, and then I can be quiet for 15 minutes. And then when they finish that, then I can ask another question, and then they'll talk for 15 more minutes, and by the time I've asked 10 questions, we're there, you know? Um, yeah, and the 7 of Swords. See, there is deception there, and, that's what I was kinda feeling here too. When they're SS isn't being totally honest and upfront with Volcano yet. They're still kinda keeping things kinda like when they talk about the future and definitely, "Yeah, that's something to think about." They're not like, no, because 'cause I'm not gonna be with you." They're more, "Oh, that's something to put on the thinking list. I'm just tired right now. Um, got a lot going on, but definitely it's something to think about." you know? So that's kind of that leaving them with the impression, "Oh, okay," here and there, but really they're like, well, they're kind of playing the same game that K would play on SS, where SS would ask a question and they don't ask a specific enough question, then K answers, and then they're able to go, "Oh, you didn't ask, am I absolutely going to implement this? I said it was something to think about, and I thought about it, and I was like, 'No, I'm not gonna do it.'" That's the kind of thing. I didn't say I was gonna do it. "Well, I thought when you said yes, that that's something that you would consider and that you were looking to the future." "Well, that's not what I said." Know how it feels now? Damn, but I feel like that's kind of what was going on mainly on the way up. So just one little, "Are you gonna protect blah, blah," and then when, you know, SS said what they did, nothing happened from that. Then the ride home, let's take a look. So, based on current energies, we've got the 9 of Swords, anxiety, a lot of fear energy. We've got the 9 of Cups, which is emotional satisfaction. Maybe the golden child does show up. But, these nines, 9 of swords, 9 of cups, 9 is the hermit's energy, right? So a lot of this to themselves energy. 3 of cups, all about here's joy and revelry, but it's also family, 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 energy. The again, it's like the 3 of pentacles, but the 3 of cups. Feeling this and I feel like the 9 of cups is SS. I feel like the 9 of swords is K, and the 9 of cups is SS with this joy because they feel full from the family and that they're so supportive right now, because they have a common enemy in a way, right? Yeah, and she's focusing on the star, the dreams come true and all this, so I feel like it's night and day in that car, and, uh You can see one person all and the other person. We know who's who. What's below the surface here? Any fighting? We got the King of Wands. So there is a lot of controlled, uh, not passion, but spark. There's controlled spark here with the King of Wands and the Four Pentacles. Yeah. I really feel that Kay can sense something by how everyone's acting and the changes, and I feel like they feel like that gazelle that they're moving in, like the walls are moving in, the things are coming in, and I feel like that's why there's a lot of fear because 'cause they're like, "I better mind myself because things could end very quickly and very badly if I don't, I'm looking for my security for my own sake. I need to control myself. I need to watch myself because I do feel like when they, whatever they did, it wasn't anything huge, but they had a little mini outburst. Maybe raised their voice, not yelling or anything, but they raised their voice, and and so now I feel like they're like, "Oh, I better just, like, watch myself," because when they did that, the looks that they got, daggers that they used to, like, at least they were like, "Well, you're with them, we're gonna put up with you." Now they're like, "Your lunch," and so they're like, "Whoa, let's see what end result here of the trip back here." Yeah, we got the Ace of Cups, so all about self-love, focus on the self-love. And the Six of Cups. There's a lot of, oh, yeah, here's the person coming back, new love energy too. So I feel like um I don't feel like it's the ride home because they're really watching it, but when they get home, I feel like eventually when they become feeling safe in their own, the gazelle feels safe in their own, cage at the zoo, that, they're like, "Well, everyone certainly misses the golden child. Do you miss the golden child too?" And I feel like they just, like, kinda, you know, bring that up and that everyone meh, 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 everyone talks about them and da 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 da, and yeah, blah, 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 and I don't feel like they outright ask him. I feel like they're kinda hinting like, well, because 'cause they're afraid to the answer, so they don't ask it directly, but they're just kind of complaining about it and trying to get the energy off of SS on how they feel, and they're like, "Anyway, so, when are you traveling next?" "What?" "Why? What are you gonna do?" "Oh, no, I just need to know. Do you need a ride to the airport, or we need to get my calendar together here. I just need to know what's going on. What's your plans for the month?" And there's that. "Why? Why do you need to know when I'm gonna be gone?" "'Cause we need to. Because my family is trying to plan an intervention for me." No, I was kidding. Well, not really, but she wouldn't say that, or they wouldn't say that. Alright, let's see what else is in here for the fortune cookie for this one. You get 2 cards for this. There's one general card with a little picture with a little saying, and then one that goes a little deeper, for the second one. So let's see what we get here. Alright, so first we have the inner stillness, yeah, which says, "Cultivate inner stillness. It's the key to deeper understanding." That's like that strength card energy. I'm becoming still in here because I'm not letting this out here make me unstill. Again, I feel like this is SS's energy. We got personal legend, which says, this is advice from their higher self. It says, the emergence of the personal legend card signifies a call from your higher self to delve deeper into understanding your life's true purpose. It's an invitation to listen to your soul's whispers, to trust in your unique journey and to boldly walk the path of your destiny. Remember, every step you take towards your personal legend aligns you closer with the universe's grand designs. While society often imposes its own definitions of success and purpose, our personal legend is deeply personal and unique. It's the whisper of the soul, the dream that keeps calling, and the passion that ignites our heart. Discovering and pursuing this legend brings fulfillment, joy, and alignment with the universe. Again, I feel like this energy is a lot of SS's and that it's about, activating that. Yeah, yeah, right. Dun, 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 ring. Jaws. Yep, yep, yep. All right. So that is number 2, end scene. All right. Summer, thank you so much for your dual donations. I'll add you onto the list here. Just let everyone know where we're at on the list. Let me see. Did anyone else come in here? I got WO. So we got you. Got you. So we have 2 more for June, and then we'll have Aunt Rose, and then Deb, and then Brenda, and then you'll be up, Moonlight, times 2. Boom, boom. All right. So let us dive into number 3, 11707. Look at all these repeating numbers going on tonight. All right. Let me remove that one off of there. All right. So thank you for your multiple donations. Again, I'm just so grateful for the tea, diving into the tea. So, here's down here. Number 3. So a reading on SS and Volcay, Volcanic K after they get home, as well as the weeks to come. I asked because Kay has made hotel arrangements for them both to go on vacation in April. Dun, dun, dun. I know, right? Wishful thinking, wishful planning. All right. Let's take a look here. So once they get home, what unfolds here? What can we know here? Okay. 4 cards. Boom, boom, boom. Then this one. Then these 2. None of those. None of those. And then these 2. All right. All right. Ooh, all right. So on the bottom of the deck, we got the Ace of Swords, which this deck calls it realization. There's this realization, a lot of clarity coming in here. I know. And we have the Knight of Swords too, which is, the quest for clarification, and we got the 2 of Cups around relationship here too. So I do feel like, there is this I like this realization energy. I feel like it's really starting to hit K. I feel like they're really starting to see the changes, and like you said, we feel like the walls are, the lions, but it's more the walls are closing in along with the lions too. Let's see here. We got these 4 cards. I feel like this is more so this month when they get home, what unfolds here. Yeah, we got the Page of Swords. Here again, all this, there's a lot of clarity and understanding that pop in here. So, we definitely have all this swords energy. It's all the story is changing. I'm realizing how, the story that I had is not correct. And I feel like that's more Kay's realization. I do feel like SS is starting to be bolder and more, say, more honest, because that's not them. They don't like playing that game and doing that, but they're doing it for self-preservation because they know if I tell you that, you're gonna try to sabotage it. So for my own safety and my own benefit, I'm not telling you. until it's you can't do anything about it, you know? You can't change something. You can't, sabotage it. So, but I feel like there is a realization and awakening. There's a lot of clarity that's coming in here. You haven't got the inner calling energy. And we had some of this before. I feel like they're bringing all this in with, of course, SS is following their dream more and more and more. And that's making K, go, well, you're doing that. Well, I want to do that too. Some out of inspiration, but some out of spite too. Well, if you can do that, then I'm gonna do this. So it's a combo with them. But there is this, they're both kind of evolving and following their dreams more and stepping into that. Yeah, there's more and more separation. We've got the hermit card here. So I don't feel like this is physical though. I feel like this is more, the old saying, the gap between us has turned into a canyon. I feel like I'm alone, even though we're in the same house. I feel like I'm living alone, and I'm like, get used to it. I'm just laughing because of how it's coming through. I know but it's good because they both, we give Kay a hard time because of course we're on Team SS. You guys are, right? So, but Kay is a powerful, supernatural, spiritual being made of unconditional love and light. The actor behind them, they're experiencing the mirror and what they're wanting to on purpose for a purpose too. And they're going to have this is going to be growth for them. It's going to be enlightenment for them. That's why I'm really light about a lot of stuff, that we go through because I've been through a lot in my life. And I can look back on it now realizing it was for me, and I learned and grew through it. That's how we learn as humans, growing pains. So, I used to be like trying to save the world. Now I'm like, let everyone have their experiences, and if people ask, I'll answer, but if that those days of unsolicited advice from me are over. Anyway, we also got the Chariot card coming in here. This is Cancer Moon energy tomorrow, but this is later. This is the power of choice, and there are choices that are made here that come up. Um, Significant ones here. I mean, we've got the Judgment card, the Hermit, and the Chariot, three major arcana. So this month there are going to be some significant changes that come in here. Let's say we've got we got one card, two cards, and two cards. This will tell us more about the specific events, I feel. Yeah, we got the Page of Wands. So there's new ideas. Again, there's this is part of that Judgment card, their passions that happen. And I feel like there's a lot of new stuff not blah, 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 blah. A lot of new stuff happening in both of their lives created by them that's taking a lot of energy that they don't use for battling because, SS is not accepting a lot of the invitations to fight that they used to. Automatic acceptance to the fight has changed. Now it goes through a filter, and they don't accept hardly any of the arguments that they used to. They're just like, "It takes 2 to fight," and I'm not I'm not investing my energy in that anymore, and I love that. Um, so I feel like that's what that is, and then, yeah, we got the Sun and the Tower. Okay, yeah, 2 more major arcana. So I do feel here, well, we've got this sudden removal out of the life with a victory energy here. So maybe this hermit card, even though well, that makes sense that it's not physically, it's just I do feel here um that the ending is nigh with all of this tower and the sun, um, you know, not not, asking for permission to shine, not dimming their light, that things do come to a big blow up toward the end of this month. And that hermit, even though they're still physically living together, um, I feel like there is this ending that happens toward the end of the month, and we are kind of already alluded to that, and I kinda just had that energy. I felt like, "Isn't it didn't we talk about that there's a birthday party or something toward the end of the month, and this is where the big happens," um, and then that's it. That's where the golden child is there, and they're like, "What are they doing here?" Or blah, 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 psh. I feel like that's when when the big explosion happens, um, and but I still feel like they're like, "Well, all my stuff is there and everything, and I'm not leaving," kinda coming in here, right? So let's take a look here. We got 2 more cards, but I do definitely feel like it's sudden and it's a strike out of nowhere and it's big. It's like the sun explodes and it's like, "Whoa." What do we have here? We have the Knight of Wands and the Two of Wands, yeah. So there is this fire that happens. The Knight of Wands, that's Kay's energy of exploding suddenly, which brings the Two of Wands to go in this is like, requires a decision to be made, and that's just like it. When that happens, they're like, "Okay, that's it." And, we need to figure out, what how things split up and all this kind of stuff that happens here. So you're asking about, the stuff here. Okay. So we'll clarify here too when we get to that one. I'll do the when card for that one, um, just to confirm the dates on that since that kind of fits in with that one there too, with that gathering. The gathering. Yeah. But with it being some sort of so the gathering later in January or this one? Because I feel things will change. But we'll of course verify that. Okay, let's I gotta get your fortune cookie for here. I was about to move on. I'm like, "I'm gonna find out." Right, so for this one, what else can we know here? Okay, this one here, and then what about this one? No. Whoa, okay. Hmm, okay. So, yeah. Oh, the gathering later in January. Oh, well, we'll see here. So we got breaking the habit. It says, choose who you want to be, break free from the past habits and beliefs. So they are breaking free. There's that breaking free energy. Then we have the cosmic cycle. This talks about waxing and waning, and your other card was the waxing moon from the first one, right? Just, I know you didn't forget, just for clarity. So the advice from the higher self says, just as the seasons change and the moon waxes and wanes, our lives follow a cosmic rhythm. Recognizing these cycles allows us to flow with them rather than resist them. The cosmic cycle card encourages you to tune into the rhythms of your own life. Recognize the patterns, embrace the cycles, and know that each phase holds its unique lessons and blessings. Your higher self reminds you that everything has its perfect timing. There you go. Everything in the universe, from the largest galaxies to the smallest cells, follows a set rhythm. These cosmic cycles offer guidance, reminding us that there's a time for growth, a time for rest, a time for joy, and a time for introspection. By aligning ourselves with these natural rhythms, we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace. I like that though, this um, going with the flows here and the cosmic cycles that There's a season for things to begin, and there's a season for things to end too. So, dun dun dun. Here we go for more, right? All right. Well, we'll dive in here. We'll see what's coming here. So, hey, Maria P. Good to see you. See, is this you on Z PayPal as well? It sure is. All right, so I'll add you to the list here for donations and for your free reading too. So gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Hello, hello. Happy New Year. All right. So let's take the last cup of coffee and then we'll move on to the tea. Literally and figuratively. All right. All right. So June, we got 13120. Maybe it's January 31st. Well, there's all your timestamps. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I really appreciate those. All right, I'll put that up there. All right. So let's take a look here. I know it's a deep sigh. All right. Buckle up. What was it from The Devil Wears Prada? Gird your loins. Here we go. So, what is the catalyst that makes SS take action to leave when the trip in April really happens, even though they're making the plans now? The Golden Child declined to be at the gathering. Yeah. Too much for them to be around. Yeah, well, let's look into all that here. So, what's the catalyst that makes SS take action to leave? Okay, boom, 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 boom. I'm like, have Mr. Sandman playing my hand now. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know what that means. Mr. Sandman, send me a dream. Bum, 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 bum. He's the meanest person I've ever seen. So, will the trip in April really happen? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, tell us about this trip in April. Okay. And then I wanted to find out here about the golden child and the party. Because I feel like they're going to show up. I feel like they're going to change their mind. And we'll take a look here. Yeah. I mean, the bottom energy, we do have the Fool card coming in here, which is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure coming in here. So it does feel like there is, that confirms that there is this, you know, ending, beginning energy. So let's see here. Yeah, let's start off with what's the catalyst here? The Queen of Cups, supportive, mother, mother, I feel is here. What else? We got the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords, is an energy. What energy am I picking up here? Because there's a variety of things that come with that, but this feels different. It just feels like it's the sword that breaks the camel's back. Because it's like I heard 3 strikes, you're out. Okay, you have 1 more, like, internally, you have 1 more, maybe they didn't even communicate this, but SS has been 3 huge things that have happened, and they're like, "You're" you know, it's like it's a 3 strikes, you're out, but HR said, "You get 1 more try." That's our inner HR. They're like, "I'm gonna give you 1 more," and I feel like it's the 4th thing that happens, and they're just like, "Okay, it's too much," you know? Yeah, we got the magician energy here. So here's the divine masculine energy popping off here. So I do feel like that's the volcano here. Um, really, really. being full on the volcanic eruption energy. Yeah, and the Knight of Swords, which is, I mean, a lot of clarity that comes in here with this Knight of Swords. So I feel like there is this kind of confrontational, the questions that I haven't asked now, like me being in Kay's energy, is it just "Roar," and I'm so full of fire, and everything has been added up that they're just like, "So, do you wanna be with me or not?" You know? And, but I feel like there's something that comes in with that. Um, what's the spark? What is it here? I'm gonna dig a clarifier in this because I feel like that is post. It's like after it happens and because I feel mom says something, and I feel like she said something before. They're bringing back the movie where she's like, "That's it, get out of my house," right? Um, yeah, here's the 9 of swords. So it's like their fears, all these fears come flying out here. The nightmare is brought up. Hmm. This is let's see, May 2nd. That's Taurus energy. May 2nd to June 12th. Because isn't Taurus is like April 20th to May 20th. So that's um oh yeah, and then so that's Taurus into Gemini because it's Mars and Gemini. Well, there's that Mars energy of the warrior. Rah! But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna wait to let's jump we're gonna jump over the April thing into the golden child because I just feel like the golden child's gonna be there, and that's the whole thing is there's the blah, 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 the acting out, the Mars warrior, acting like that, can't control themselves and maybe doesn't hit them or whatever. Maybe they, I feel like they shoved him, um, and it's like, whoa, there's this that's it, um, I still feel like that's there. Let's see here about the golden child, though. The Queen of Wands and the High Priestess. So this is that I wanna be by myself, I wanna be away from it, I don't wanna be there. What? You got the Queen of Wands. The person who would be able to convince them to go. The Queen. The confident queen. Now, I don't feel like that's SS. I almost feel like that's mom. I feel like even though, um, the golden child wants to I just wanna be away from all the chaos in my own little high priestess temple, away from all that. The Queen of Wands is like, "Oh, it would mean so much for us for you to be there. It's an important celebration, and we'll protect you." Uh-oh. They're like, um, you know, that's kinda what I feel there. Let's see what else happens here. Yeah. So we do have the letting go of expectations and the change of mind with the 6 of swords, leaving old ways of thinking behind, moving to new ways, and, um, so there is this ending. I feel like someone ends up changing their mind. Yeah, and the Ace of Cups revived. We got the Ace of Cups in that last one, right? They're like, um, it's almost like there's this responsibility that I feel like mama kinda puts and going, you know, um, the more that my child sees you, the more they realize it's night and day, and they still love you. I mean, come on, you know that, and, it would be very they would want to be there, but they know that that they wouldn't wanna have to ask you to do it because they know that's not fair, but I'm asking you, and you're just like, "Oh, man, mama's pulling the mama card," you know, and we love you and we know that we prefer you over them and we know we'd love to have you to be our, in-law and to be our adopted child. Because you already are, There's all that playing it. So I feel like mama convinces them to come here with all this energy here. I really do. And then that's when it all blows up. So, let's see here. Let me pull one more card for that. It feels so strong, you know. I know energy changes and everything, happens and um, timelines change and stuff, but I feel such a strong. They're like replaying a rerun of the movie of what things happen and how things happen too. Yeah, and we got the 5 of cups. Here's the sorrow card, the ganging up on him again. So, all of that happens. We've got all that energy there. So, I feel like that's the altercation that happens. So, mama's influential. She knows how to and I don't feel like she would put a guilt trip on the golden child. She would just lure him in with all that, right? I feel like she's like, I know, but so let's see here about the trip in April. So based on current energies, we've got yeah, we got the here's that Queen of Pentacles with their calling. Um, there's this I can't go to it. I feel like I feel like even between now and the blow up, I feel like they're going, "Oh, I can in April. There's this conference and everything we need to I can't go that weekend. I can't go that time because this thing has come up and I really have to be there for that. So maybe we should just cancel it because we can get our money back this far in advance. And then once we figure out what's unfolding here, then, I feel like there's something like that that happens here. Yeah. Yeah. Because here we go. Here's that 5 of cups I just got, right? With the sun card, that explosion card we got from the previous. I do feel like there's that explosion that keeps it from happening. Let's see what these other 2 cards are here too. Yeah. We've got the Page of Pentacles and the 4 of Cups. This feels like the 2 energies I talked about here. Excuse me. Um, because the 4 of Cups is like a stagnancy and the like kind of a I don't know. There's this Page of Pentacles is about a future. Like, well, let's plan it in the future. The 4 of Cups is contemplation. It's, you know, to try to keep things, um, emotionally stable. They're not like, "I don't wanna go." They're like, "I have some stuff, this thing I have to go to, and it's just not a good time with all this new stuff. Um, so how about we, cancel it, and then let's get the calendars, let's see what unfolds, and then we can schedule something a little later." And that's that Page of Pentacles and the 4 of Cups. But this is that, it doesn't happen because the 5 of Cups is all of them ganging up on the little lone one. And the sun explodes, with all of that, which keeps it all from happening because this does come to an end. And if there's any doubt, we come back to that full card, right? Which is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. It's, a freedom that comes in. Yeah, I still feel And it may not even be as extreme as I'm stepping into the energy because of this groundiness that's been coming in, but I still feel like there's a confrontation, you know? Do you love them still? Do you wanna be with them? Everyone wants you to be with them. It's that kind of thing. There may not be a shove anymore. "Oh, man." I know. As I'm stepping into the energy, I'm like, "Oh, there's more of a finger in the face." But that's today's energy, you never know. We get into Aquarius energy, that Uranus makes things unpredictable. Because I feel like it's gonna be like Aquarius season, right? It's, like January 19th, January 20th to the end of the month. Alright, let's see what else comes in here. I know. Wow, wow, wow. And I'm hearing that, "Mama just shot a" what is that? "Shot a man." Oh, no. What's the what's that song? Ooh, mama, don't do it. Maybe not literally, but just, figuratively, I feel. Alright, let's see what we got here. Wow, 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 wow. So we've got the unseen world here, which, talks about, "Remember, there is a realm beyond the visible. Explore it with your inner vision." So there's a lot going on, below the surface, and there's a lot underneath of why things are happening. There's a lot of mirroring for everyone, learning through it all, growing through it all. None of it's happening by accident. It is happening with purpose. We even got inner doorway through the heart, right? Which says, advice from the higher self. Your soul perceives that you might be either holding on to past events or resisting upcoming changes. Drawing this card signifies the need to open your inner doorway, allowing experiences to flow freely. Let go of attachment and apprehensions. Embrace the idea that life, with its myriad experiences, is continually shaping you, but it's up to you to decide how you let these events influence your inner peace. Oh, that's it. Oh, TSNBC, his accomplice. Dun oh. They would all we don't know. They said they were going for a drive, and they never came back. They were going for a bike ride, and they took an old bike of ours, and they just disappeared. We don't know where he's at. That's awful, just awful. It's like, all these, I've been watching, The Closer with, Kira is it Kira Sedgwick. I love that. It's all the stuff that happens. It's like, "Ooh, ooh, oh." Alright. And darn that hill. Yeah. Who kn that I think they went over the cliff. Uh, Too funny. Not f I mean, it's funny because we know that wouldn't happen there. They wouldn't go that route, I don't think, at least not yet. But, um but it still feels like it's on track for the end of this January based on current energies, so we shall see what comes forward. So thanks again for all the multiple donations. My goodness. Um, what an adventure it is, right? But I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. And we will continue on here. See, what is this up here? Let me do something here. Gonna try here. Absolutely. Absolutely my pleasure. I'm gonna try closing out of the chat here and let me launch it here. It was doing something weird. Okay, there it goes. It just needed to be refreshed. Let me just make sure it didn't skip over anybody when it was doing this little weird thing. All right. So thanks again. Happy New Year. All right. I don't think anyone new has come in, so we'll continue to go forward. We got Aunt, whoops. Yeah, there it is. Aunt Rose, you are up. So thank you so much for your donation. Let's give you your timestamp first here. And we'll scroll up here. Uh, Oh my goodness, where did all the chat go? Uh-oh. What the heck? That is, let's say I have Rocky Mountain. Deb is here, but it stops right there. Why doesn't it let me go further? Maybe it'll let me go in here. Maybe we'll save the day since I didn't refresh it over here. Come on, fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers Yay! Okay. So, we'll give it a love. Can I give it a love over here? Yes, it does. A love and a like over here. All right, so what message does Spirit have for you in 2026 in love and career? I almost had a panic attack. Not really. Happy New Year, Vivian. All right, let's take a look here. See what we got going on, Aunt Rose. What message does Spirit have for you in 2026? So, love. We got love here. Boom, boom, boom. And that under the surface there. Well, boom, boom. We've got, I had a hidden card. We got 5 cards for that. And then career. 2026. We got 3 up there and 2 underneath there. And those 2 too. Okay. All right. What do we got going on here? Yeah. Well, you definitely the bottom of the deck here. Oops, up here. I was showing myself down here. All right, we got the judgment card, which is the calling call card. It's like your higher self is calling you to a higher place in both the love and also in the career. So it is a year of taking things to a new level, up a notch and into something that's more in alignment with your heart and your higher self. So this is good stuff. That's a good underlying energy. For love, you have a one card underlining over there too. You got the King of Swords. King of Swords is they roll over the sword suit of the mind, but all kings get a second portion. So they're the master of the mind and they're the master of clarity and communication too. But I feel like there's a lot of clarity that comes in with love, which makes sense with that judgment card. You're seeing things from that higher perspective. You're cutting away a lot of expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, you know. And a lot of dropping a lot of that expectations, which opens up your instead of seeing like love has to come to me this way and this timing, blah, 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 you've been releasing a lot, and this is a year where you're releasing a lot more. Where I feel like we'll see what these 5 cards are here for love for you, but I feel like it's someone that would be coming towards you is off list. It's unexpected. Like I never thought I would fall for someone like this because they're so opposite of what I was taught growing up of who you are supposed to be with, and you're just like, "Wow, unexpected." So, interesting. Let's see what these cards are here. So, you've got the Queen of Wands. Yeah, I got this confidence. Here is a lot of being led by spirit and a lot of messages from spirit that are guiding you and drawing you in here too. So, we definitely have a lot of again, you're being led by your passions, being led by spirit, being led by the heart, not by the head. Because the Queen of Wands, all the queens have a second gift, which is cups, which is emotional energy. So you've got passion and emotion that's leading you, not the mind. So the human mind of expectations, right? And you have the Hanged Man. So there is this transformation that you're going through this year. There's a holding period for a while where you are letting the stuff go and you're looking at these things and it is going away. Um, the caterpillar let becomes caterpillar soup and lets pieces of itself dissolve away so it can become a butterfly because you're tired of caterpillars, you're tired of doing things the old way, getting what you've always gotten. So this is a different way of looking at things, a higher way, because butterflies fly, right? Yeah, the 9 of swords. So there is this, here's all the I'm on the verge. It's the nightmare and insomnia card, but it's like the ending of all this thinking, 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 and all the expectations. All those 9 swords are those expectations. And we sometimes lose sleep over, "I've gotta have this. This is who they're supposed to be." It becomes we get anxiety over, "I've gotta find love, and it's gotta match this or else," instead of it feeling like an adventure and, you know, following of the heart instead of trying to obey some rules and kinda hire someone for, to do that. Actually, one of my podcasts on the easier path, it's not this last one, I think it's Adventure 6. It's the one that's called The Unicorn of Love because it talks in there about the difference between trying to find love that feels like work instead of play. So if you're interested, if that resonates, check that out. And you got the 3 of Pentacles. So learning to be true to your authentic self, not trying to fit into all those expectations and feeling like you have to dim your light and shrink yourself, but really being true to yourself, going, you know what? If someone can't accept me as I am, then I don't want to be, you know, I don't have to fake it and dim my light because someday I'm not going to be able to stand it. And boom, I'm going to reveal, here's who I am. And I don't want to surprise them. So it's, I love that because that's being sincere and to ourselves, but also being sincere to someone else and being fair to someone else. Because if we're pretending to be who they want and to be chosen, they deserve to be with someone who really is that, just like you deserve to be with someone who matches you, right? So I like this kind of stepping into this authenticity this year. Yeah, and this 9 of Wands is breaking through a barrier, breaking through, like out of the cocoon. So I definitely feel like this is this year of stepping into that. And as you do that with the Queen of Wands, there's these possibilities that you do draw it in, but it depends on how much of that cocooning you do of the Hanged Man. You know, it's like if you look at from a distance, it almost looks like a cocoon. The more time you spend releasing the old thoughts that don't serve anymore, the emotions that don't serve anymore, the energy that doesn't serve anymore, the things of the world that don't serve anymore, the faster that they can come in here. But I feel like this is so much about letting go of this rules and ultimately not looking for love, but looking for not even looking, but expressing your passions, doing what you love, doing what you're excited about. And when you're doing that, I feel like that's when you meet because you're when you're dating, you're bringing your best, you know, you're all put together and you present this, look at, I have all my shit together. Da da da. And look, everything's in place, everything's perfect, right? That's when we're dating, it's like going for an interview. We put on our best and everything for the interview, right? But when we're out, just, like I usually say it's like for me, it would be like going and learning pottery again. I never really learned pottery. It was probably in grade school and I did pottery, but I love it. I'm just like, I love the clay and the doing the potter's wheel and the kiln and painting and, creating something that I would be off, living my passion and doing that covered in mud and, in my rags of clothes and hair all over the place, whatever. And then someone goes, how are you doing that? And I'm like, oh, you did that. And you're like, oh, wow, I'm me at my rawest, and that's when the spark happens, and you're like, "I never thought I would meet someone that way, but they saw me at my worst, and there we go," It's that kind of thing that would happen. Not necessarily it doesn't have to be pottery, but whatever that living your passion kinda energy is. Alright, let's see what about career. You got the Ace of Pentacles, you do have a new opportunity opening up in career this year, so a new beginning, a new start into something. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, even got the World card. Last card in the major arcana, which is the ending or culmination of something that's taking you on to a new level, into something new, a new adventure. So you either are finished, like you're achieving something and then moving to the next level in it, um, or you're like, "I'm done with this, now I'm ready to start something different, completely different," kind of energy. Yeah, you have the Knight of Cups. Oops, I keep on why do I keep showing myself? I can see the card here. But the Knight of Cups is it's the action of the heart, following the heart. And so this can feel like, again, with the calling card on the bottom, following something that feels more like your calling than your mind telling you what you should do and supposed to do and need to do kind of energy, right? So there is this maybe a change of career. And it doesn't mean that you have to like totally, might just be you're moving into something that's more in alignment with your heart. Like you might have like took this kind of administration position and management position because that's more money and it's expected and everything, but you love doing the actual work. Like, I don't know why they're showing me the CIA or the FBI, you know, probably because I was just talking about the closer with Kira Sedgwick, but it's like you can be out in the field enjoying it and doing the stuff, or you could be in the office doing the interviews, doing the media, blah, 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 when they're like, "Ugh, I miss the days of being that." Well, why did you leave it? Well, this is the natural step. You should do this. It's like, no, this is about, following your heart kind of with your career. Below the surface, you got the Page of Wands and the Two of Pentacles. I do feel like you have a choice here. Again, the Page of Wands is your passion, following your passion. Which way do you want to go? And the Two of Pentacles is kind of have these two routes that you can go in your outside world. So there you go. And then you also got the Six of Pentacles and the Two of Wands. You got all this balancing energy. Oh, you do investigations. You don't have to kill me now, do you? Right, I can tell you, but I have to kill you. You got the Two of Pentacles is a balancing energy, Six of Pentacles is a balancing energy, and the Two of Wands is the choice of where you wanna invest your energy. There's also this, you might be able to, like, keep doing what you're doing now and you're starting up something that you love as a side hustle and then growing it. That's also welcomed here with these Two of Pentacles, Two of Wands, and the balancing energy and having enough energy to be able to do both that come in here, where eventually you can go part time in one because you're making enough doing your what you love. Eventually, that can replace having to have, you know, 2 sources of income too. So I like that. That's funny that you're in investigations. Oops. Now watch the CIA and FBI. Since I mentioned that, I'm on the watch list now. They're gonna show up at my house. "We need you to do some remote viewing over to Russia." Dun, dun, dun. If I disappear, you guys know what happened. You heard it here. Watch this video disappear. No. Brother Zen. Third eye spy. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too from the Moonology deck here. That could be a TV series, Third Eye Spy. Maybe need to write a manuscript or whatever they call it. Submit it to the Hollywood. All right, what do you have here? You've got the South Node. Don't let the past hold you back. I love it. The South Node. The South Node is a lot of what we come into this world with and what we change. And our North Node is kind of like our dream where we want to head. So it's like, don't let the past hold you back to follow your dream, to follow your fulfillment. Could have swore they were in the back here. Oh, they are. Here's the North Node. South Node must be before it. Yep, there it is. So the South Node, like the North Node, is a karmic point, but it's opposite to the North Node and relates to the past, perhaps even to past lives. Whatever you're going through and whatever you're asking about, there's a chance that age old programming and conditioning is stopping you from achieving all that you might. There's that expectations we're talking about, right? Do you feel stuck in something? This card will often come as a sign that the situation or relationship you're asking about has somehow become suffocating, even toxic. It suggests that someone, you even, needs to be released, that there's some kind of addiction going on or an unhealthy attachment that needs to be sorted out. One thing's for sure, when you get this card, you're being challenged to make some changes, even if staying where you are feels easier and safer. Wow. Well, there you go, baby. To attune to the moon, you say, I release the past. I release you. Additional meanings for this card is a relationship is karmic and has played out across many lifetimes. Ooh, you might be getting a karmic relationship coming in, past life individual. You also, your attraction to someone may be verging on the obsessive. Aunt Rose, don't be stalking people. You're an investigator. You're like, I can, you know how to follow people and not be seen. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. The teaching of the South Node, it's tells you that the South Node is where the moon crosses the ecliptic going south on the horoscope. The nodes are calculations where the moon passes over the sun's orbit on the earth. It's like a calculation, just so you know that. On the horoscope chart, it shows us what we're likely to become obsessed with, but which will probably do us little or no good. The South Node is the karmic astrological point that reminds us of a well known phrase: if you always do what you always done, you always get what you've always got. Literally, I said that, right? I love it. So I like this for you. Definitely an energy of um, it's time for change. It's time for newness, time to let the old go and moving into something new. So I love this for you so far. So that's what they want you to know for 2026 so far. So glad you have a good sense of humor. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. I don't think anyone else came in here, did they? Oh, yeah, Vivian. So, Vivian, happy new year and cheers to new horizons. I don't see a question from you. So, if you put one, it didn't come through. So, if you have one, pop it out there. I'll get you on the list if you do have one for the either a donation or free reading, whichever you prefer. And Brenda, happy new year to you too. All right, we'll continue down now. We've got we started a little later onto everything. So if 3 hours, if I haven't started free readings, I will step away from donations to complete it at 3 hours because we spent about 20 minutes or so on the we had a beautiful full moon ritual and talking about the full moon at the beginning. So if you guys didn't see that, make sure to watch the beginning of the stream if you want to find out how to make the most of this full moon energy that we're in right now. So there you go. All right. So Deb, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And I'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. So you're feeling the energy of the planet alignments, right? It has you feeling in an odd way. So what does spirit say around my release ceremony for the highest good? Absolutely. We can take a look here. Yeah, it's powerful energies for shizzle. So let's take a look. All right. So what about your release ceremony? Okay. We've got 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. So there's like 4 points here. What are the 4 directions? Interesting. Let's see what this is about. It's like your elemental spirit guides are in the house. Oh, that one gets 2. That gets 1. All right. What do we have here? Yeah. ton of energy, with the 10 of wands coming in here. So obviously, great flow and a change of energy. And I feel like you got a lot of clarity around where you're focusing your energy. And I feel like this ceremony is going to allow you to release a lot of things that you've been investing energy in on and done that, right? Just in time, you dozed off. Welcome back. So, um, yeah, I feel like there is this clarity on where you've been investing your energy and some things that you're releasing, you're getting this energy back. So you're feeling like this flood, like bzzz, whoa, 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 and I feel like it's all your four elemental spirit guides coming in here because you got four directions, which represent the four that are there. And we'll see which one is which here. We'll start with the underlying one. Yeah. So this would be your water elemental spirit guide, which is releasing of emotions that no longer serve you. So that's kind of what I was thinking about, to start off. So this is your water elemental guide that helped you release some old emotions that are there, which is what we talked about for this release ceremony we did. It's letting some old emotions flow, some old stuff that was just stuck down there, and this just was like a rotor rooter or some Drano that just dissolved it, and then here comes this emotional flood of energy that comes in here. What do they want you to know about this here? Yeah, it helps get you out of your mind a little more here because you have the Page of Swords, so you have this clarity that comes in, and the Queen of Swords, but the Queen, um, has Cups energy behind the scenes, right? So, it's like your mind gets balanced with the emotion that just flowed, and the Page of Swords, the pages are actually earth, they have earth behind the scenes, so this is the mind being grounded with earth energy. So, we definitely have that combo coming in here, and they all work together, all the elemental spirit guides, but I do feel like the connection to earth, energy really helps with all this too. But a great balancing energy has come in with this. So, you're gonna feel like your mind you're not gonna feel the sway of the emotions in the mind, it's gonna be more, uh I know they're showing me, one of those Hawaiian boats that they row on that have the little, um, you know, 2 little planks that go out and this other thing that helps balance the boat. So your boat is balanced. Alright. What else? Who is this? You got the and here's your earth elemental spirit guide with the Queen of Pentacles. And again, queens have emotions behind the scenes. So there is this great and we just talked about the earth elemental, that there's this great balance of emotion that comes in here too. Yeah. Two of Pentacles, balance of the outside world, the earth elemental energy, with the Four of Cups, emotional stability. So exactly as what we said. So these are all in cahoots working together. So you're going to feel this balance of a mind and emotion, but then you're also going to feel this earth energy that's grounding your emotion as well. So you've got like these two um now they're showing me a tent with two stakes that are holding the tent down. It's better than one, if that makes sense. Um so what is this here? We've got the Magician and the Four of Pentacles. So this would be your air elemental spirit guide, which makes sense that you get two underlying energies for your because you're ruled by air with your sun sign. But again, here's the Four of Pentacles, the solid foundation in the outside world. But there is something that's released inside of you here with the Magician too, because it does tell you that you are 'cause, the magician is ruled by Mercury, which is air and communication and all that. With this, they do tell you we've got everything you need inside of you, and there's this release, there is this releasing of some from releasing of some fears, blah, 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 about I'm not good enough and, um those doubting, energies, and it's really you stepping into your power and knowing I know what I wanna do, and I know I can do it, and no one's gonna stop me, kind of energy that comes in with your air elemental. That's below the surface, but there's that strong foundation. Yeah, because the Four of Pentacles is about your worth and that you're not looking to define your worth by things of the outside world, and you know when you are, because when you feel unstable, that means you're defining your worth in that moment by relationships, situations, or things, not by inward and upward. And so that's a good, you know, kind of flag. When I feel unstable, oh, it's because I'm defining myself out here, not inward upward. What else do they want to bring you here? Yeah, look at it. Definitely was your air elemental. Here's your star card, which is the Aquarius of which you are, and the Ten of Swords, all this air energy. And you are letting go of these expectations, these thoughts, these beliefs, these mindsets. So the 10 of swords is the release of mental energy. So you've got the release of emotional energy with that 8 of cups. Now you have the release of the mental energy of expectations and freedom coming, which also brings a bunch of energy in because it takes a lot of energy to maintain these false beliefs that we have rooted in in conditional love, right? The small t truths rooted in fear instead of seeing things from the higher here. So you're getting a clearer picture. This is, again, that's what kind of just moves some things away. We don't become more, we just remove the things between us and who we really are that have blocked our view. And so as we move these, we're like, "Ah, I can see myself more clearly." And that's kind of what's coming in here with that. Well, the last one should be fire, right? Nope, you got Queen of Cups, which is double emotional energy here. Is there any fire here? No, it's like your fire elemental um isn't present here, which is interesting. Um, because when I channeled all of my um, inner children, and we went through this with your hedge too, right? That you talked to your emotional inner child, your mental inner child, your physical inner child. Here's the three here, right? But I go, well, where's the where's the fire then? I said I noticed that there's three, but where's fire? Do we not have a fire expression of our inner children? And then my higher, elemental spirit guide, Phoenix, Nix, he's the who I channeled the next day, and he goes, "You rang?" And I was like, "Yeah. Where are you in all this?" He goes, Who do you think was there at your conception? And who is your spiritual energy that rolls over all the energy of all three?" And so it's like your fire spirit is your fire spirit elemental is about your spiritual energy, and they were there for the spark of life, and they're there, um, sparking everything else for the rest of our lives. So it's like our emotional inner child is like, while we're in the room up to 7 and our mental 7 to 14, our physical is 14 to 21. After that, boom, our fire elemental is the one that is pretty much supervising the rest and coordinating the other 3. So that's pretty cool because with that Queen of Cups, that is you going inward and upward and really connecting with the spirit realm, which is a lot of the fire energy. And you also got the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Swords. So here's the emotional and mental energy, these new starts, these new beginnings, these gifts that are given to you, being able to see things mentally of a higher place and emotionally of a deeper place as well. So, isn't that amazing? Yeah, this is wonderful. And so I feel like the message with all of this is connect with your elemental spirit guides. They will help you with your mental, your emotional, your physical, and your energy and your spirit. They're all there. They're like supervisors. They know the department well. It's like on Star Trek. you would ask Scotty if you had a question about engineering, you ask Scotty. They're like, "Ask us. We are the experts. We can help you." Um, with all this energy flows and blockages and all the stuff that comes in here too. Yeah, so I love that energy. Let's see what the fortune cookie comes in here too, but I like all this coming together with the hedge that you had too, which is one of the um, hedges that I'm going to be converting into something that everyone can have. I know yours was really zeroed in specifically for you, which I do with everyone. But I'm going to have a hedge of growth, inner growth, um, available this year too. You're with the inspiration. Let me just put these cards back in here. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie from Moonology is. The Sag in you. Let's see. Are you going to get a Sagittarius moon card? Let's see. This is it here. No, but you did get the super moon, which is going on right now. Hello. Is it? And this is like, I just wanted to say hello. Did you like looking at me? Um, you know, she's like, how, oh my God, you were looking at me through a telescope. I love this. Emotions are running high. Let's take a look here. So this card suggests that the answer to whatever you're asking is writ large, like the silvery full moon set against the velvety night sky. If you're wondering how successful something is going to be, such as a job or a relationship, the answer is very. To use common parlance, the answer to your question may well be that it's under your nose. This card is about being larger than life, being special and bursting with energy that you can tune into and work with. Hello. You can expect plenty of good things and a positive outcome when this card comes up, but you may find there's a lot of emotion to deal with too. No shit, right? There's also a sense that the opportunities around whatever you're asking about don't come along every day, so take action. To attune to the moon, you say, success is close. I just must trust. Just must trust. Additional meanings of the card: a resolution to your question is closer than you may think. Don't ignore the obvious. Something exciting lies ahead. Make sure you don't blow events out of proportion. And speak to the goddess. Ask her for assistance. There you go. The teaching says a supermoon is a new or full moon that takes place when the moon is at its closest point to the earth during its monthly orbit, an event known as perigee. It is a full moon. The moon, yeah. Oh, sorry. If it's a full moon, the moon appears around 14% bigger at this time. The moon is known as the queen of emotions, and if you draw the supermoon card, regardless of when you do it, you can expect your feelings to be more highly charged, right? No way, really? All right. Wish I could see the enormous shadows from the branches across the snowy ground out your altar window. Yeah. Spooky. It's like she's reaching out for you, Mother Earth. It's gonna get you. All right. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. Well, that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again. Cheers. Hopefully that helps. Beautiful, beautiful. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. So we will continue moving forward. I don't think anyone else came in here. Let me just double check. You're very welcome, Aunt Rose. Sorry, just saw that. All right. Brenda, you are up. Hey, Brenda. Thank you so much for your donation. Here is your time stamp. Let's scroll up here. Thank you for your little sticker. So, and of course, for your donation. Can you do what's communicate in money and love with the guys I like or knew this weekend, please? Okay. So, what communication in money and love with the guys you like or knew this weekend? All right. Let's take a look. One more shuffle here. All right. So let's talk about money for this weekend first, since we mentioned that. So, what about money? Money. All right. So, we got these four and this one underneath. And this is leading to something. We'll see what that is. And then, what about love with the guys that you like? Yeah, we're ready to be beyond the learning. I'm done learning. Well, we're never done learning when it comes to love, right? So we got those. I don't want those. I do want this one. Do I want any of these? No. All right. So, your overall message here on the bottom of the deck is the Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands is a powerful energy because it does tell you, you know, that um you're the one in charge. You're the one that whatever your energy is focusing on, what grows and expands. And so there is this energy like right now for you, especially with all this powerful full moon energy, but it is a time of for Aquarians, which I know you're Aquarius, right? That, there is this it's such a great opportunity. There's a great it's like a great opportunity with whatever we focus on this year. It's really supported. It's one of the signs that can have major transformation. So being really aware of our energy it's always important, um, because if we're not consciously focusing our energy, we're running on autopilot and all that's going our little inner children are the ones that are, in charge of the credit card on Amazon. No. Why did we get 500 cases of Oreo cookies? It's not bad, but we could have used some other stuff too, right? Some other stuff that I want as an adult, not what the kids want, right? Why did you order 300 gallons of ice cream? We can't even fit it in anywhere. It's gonna melt. Well, we ordered a refrigerator too. What? That's what our inner children will be doing with all this wands energy. So it's me trusting, and then also, this the black kitty cat represents spirit, and so, of course, making sure we're communicating and being in tune as much as we can with spirit, because they're our eye in the sky. This maze of life that we're walking through, they can see things more clearly than we can. We just see these walls and we're like, I think this is the way you go over here. We're like, we just dial them up and go, hey, left or right? I'm sorry, left or right? What will we do here? Right. And they're like, um, okay, we can go. They go to the right, and then we do, and then boom, that's the thing that was in alignment with what we were wanting. But we're always drawing to us what we're focusing on with our energy. So being aware that it's very important here. We'll see what they get into here. Let's look at finances first here. Let's look at the underlying energy. Yep. You have the 9 of cups, so there's joy and fullness of emotion around finances. That's good underlying energy, but also understanding what's your dream come true with that. It's the because the 9 of cups is the emotional dream come true, not the mental one. And so the foundation underneath it all is money's, of course, is needed a lot of times to have us have the things we want in life, but it's not always needed. And sometimes the stuff we want are mental, not emotional. And so there is this energy of when it comes to finances, am I really doing what I love, or am I just trying to exist and trying to, well, I'm doing, um, the things I think I'm supposed to do, but am I really doing what I love, and am I investing all my energy into that? Meaning, like, do I need as much as I do, or can I simplify and I don't have to do all that and I won't stress? It's me trying to keep up with all the expectations that make me want more and more and more. That's what we all get caught on as humans, right? But as we question the things, why do I want that? Well, because you're supposed to, really? But really, well, Aquarians, we know, right? We don't like to do things the same old anyway. So we're like, no, I don't want to do that. And so there is this emotional energy below the surface they want you to be aware of. Yeah, you have the Seven of Wands. Seven of Wands is be true to your authentic self. Don't dim your light. Don't, you know, ask permission to shine. Just shine bright and move forward. Don't defend what you want and where you want to go. Allow your passion to lead you and allow yourself to be true to yourself when it comes to your finances and everything. It's like, I don't need to defend. Like when I sold my condo, sold my car, and left my corporate job of 20 plus years, and I go, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to simplify my life and I want to live my passion, which is connecting with spirit, follow my spiritual path, share the love of the creator with people. That's what I want to do. And that's kind of the feeling that I feel is coming in here. You got the 4 of Cups, yeah, which is emotional stagnancy. It's like that's that feeling of feeling like I'm existing and I need change. I need something to change, and the change doesn't need to happen out here. It's about happening it in here in our heart, and as I connect with that, then the everything else kinda just flows. Like, I would never think that one of my friends would say, "Hey, I bought a house. I have a basement that's empty. Come and live here for free and live your dream, share your message. That's my gift to the world." And I'm like, "What?" We don't need sometimes, that suddenly cut a lot of my costs off of my plate. And it's a blessing. And I would never have thought that would ever happen. That's not the mind. But when we release all that and go, all right, creator, what's next? And then boom, here it comes. Um, and then you have the Seven of Swords. Yeah, this is questioning your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that have cheated you out of opportunities. Got all these sevens coming in here. So there is this, you know, realizing, how am I deceiving myself with these old thoughts and beliefs? And how can I free myself from and question things, not just go, well, this is the way it works. It's like, does it really? Let that Aquarian energy kick in and question all those beliefs, right? Yeah, because the Two of Cups has to do with emotional choice. We're not talking about relationships yet. This Two of Cups has to do with, one of the things we realize is that when I get to decide how I feel in every moment, and it's independent of the outside world, we're taught, well, no, when this happens, you have to feel this way. You're supposed to feel this way. You need to feel this way. That's what keeps us bound because we feel like if I don't, then I'm going to feel sad. I'm going to feel upset. I'm going to feel this if these things don't happen. And it's like, no, it's not true. Theoretically, I could choose that anything that happens in the outside world is for me and brings me joy, and I can be grateful for it. And we can live a life of gratitude and joy and without the outside world impacting us at all. It takes a while to get there because we do have to let go of a lot of old habits that have been drilled into us since we were young children. But we can get to that, like I define the story. Every moment, I'm choosing the story, I'm choosing the emotion, I'm choosing my energy, and I'm choosing my actions. Can't control anyone else's. So there is this, even though this is about finances, this is about really going, where do finances fit into me? They do not define me. And there's that kind of separation that can happen there. And I feel like that's what's kind of going on with your finances right now. Yeah, you have the Knight of Pentacles. I was wondering why came out separate. This is your adventure. This is your quest for your worth for the coin, right? This is the quest of seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. So I feel like that's what's going on with your finances. There's this interesting journey and adventure and revelation that's coming your way with that. So hopefully that helps. I know that's not really what we were looking for, probably, but wow, did that go deep? All right. And then let's look at love. What about these guys that you like underneath the surface? You got the Nine of Wands. Got a lot of rooster blocking going on with from spirit. It feels like they're pushing them away right now in your life. It feels like there's this block between you and them. I call it rooster blocking because I can't say the other thing on YouTube, but you know what I'm saying. It's like a friend who intercepts people at a bar so they don't come talk to you. There's like, nope, blocked. You're not getting near them because you don't align with their energy, meaning that they don't align with your energy. And, so I do feel like that's the underlying energy that you feel like, why is there this resistance? Why do I feel like there's this bubble and people are bouncing off of it? Well, it's because it is happening. We'll see why here. Yeah, you got the Queen of Swords. There is this is like a card that represents a very compatible person that matches your energy, that lines up. It's a five-fingered glove and a five-fingered hand, not a five-fingered glove and a four-fingered person or a three-fingered where, you're the glove and they're the three fingers. And yeah, you're plenty for them, but you're kind of two of the fingers are left empty, hanging there going, well, I'm glad you're getting everything you need, but I kind of feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick, right? Um, so this is someone that matches is out there, and these others don't match. So that's why they're being bounced away because you're tired of doing the same thing and getting the same result, right? Yeah, I do feel here that right now your energy with the Three of Pentacles is about being true to your authentic self, not allowing yourself, to feel like you have to dim your light or settle or, it's about and actually with this Three of Pentacles, it feels like it's about spending time with friends and developing your community and focusing in on that, kind of energy right now because I feel like that's important for you to feel that support and that's where to invest your energy. I feel like right now with that Two of Wands. And you got the Eight of Pentacles. So there is transformation happening both within you and with this other person that'll be coming your way. And so I do feel like there is progression. You will see it's worth the wait, is like what it says a lot is you put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and you wait and you trust. You hand it over to the creator, saying, you know who the perfect person is and the perfect way for them to come to me and the perfect timing for them to come into my life. I hand that to you. And in the meantime, I'm going to live my passion. I'm going to spend time with friends and develop these relationships. I'm going to look at where I'm investing my energy in my life and learning as you do with these groups. I feel like you're learning that when you focus on what you're grateful for in people, you see how they grow and that in these other relationships that are not romantic, these are the friend groups that you find out that when instead of focusing on who someone's not being, I'm focusing on the gratitude for who they are. You see the difference in the type of relationship you have. And I feel like you learn a lot through that helps you have an amazing relationship with this other person that eventually comes into your life that feels, like I said, like a glove, someone that matches up to your energies. So let's take a look here what your fortune cookie brings in too. I know, I know. These are not the readings I was looking for. All right. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, you got hold your vision, fixed moon. I think we're fixed signs as Aquarians. but you got the fixed moon here. Hold your vision. Let's see what this brings in here. I think these are in the back. Is the fixed moon back here? No, maybe it's in the front. These ones are different here. Maybe not. All right, let me look in the table of contents. I can find the new moons and the full moons. They're all together, but these kind of split them out in the front and the back. Let's see, fixed. Wasn't there? Maybe I missed it in the back. Oh, yep, I sure did. All right. I started in the right place, just didn't see it. There it is. So there are two main possibilities with this card. The first is that you need to stand firm in whatever situation you're in. The second, very different interpretation is that something is stuck. That could well be referring to the situation you're asking about. If that's the case, have a think about what you can do to grease the wheels so that events move forward. Are you being stubborn? If so, that's great, because if you really want things to change, there's a solution. Stop digging your heels in. Be the one to break a deadlock. With two interpretations for this card, it's up to you to decide what's going on and which meaning applies to you. This offers up a chance for some self-reflection and your power of choice, right? What we're talking about. To attune to this moon, say yes. Just say the word a lot and see how it feels. Additional meanings are staying power, faith, or patience are needed. Someone needs to back down. Avoid stagnation. And a personal or professional relationship will be enduring. The teaching of this card says in astrology, there are three quadruplicities: cardinal, fixed, and mutable. Oh, yeah. The fixed signs are Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. The fixed signs can be stubborn. Well, no. So anything that's just starting as you draw this card may well last longer. Remember, we each have all the star signs in our chart. It's just the way the astrological wheel works. So there's no judgment when we say that while it's admirable how much staying power the fixed signs have, they can also be obstinate. Shut up. I do not. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps, Brenda. Brenda, so many blessings to you. Hope it brings you some clarity there. All right, we'll continue down the list here. You see, we have Adwit came in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your donation. I'll add you on to the list here. I just so everyone knows where we're at. We've got Summer or Moonlight up ×2, then Maria P, and then you'll be up. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to kind of step away from donations for about 30 minutes and complete some free readings, which I only have like a handful. It may not even take that long, but I'm going to complete the free readings. I only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 free readings. And those are just 1 to 2 card readings. So those might be a little faster anyway, but so we will get to you. All right. So let's take a sip and dive back in. Cheers, everybody. All right. So, Moonlight, you are up to 43.54. Are you still awake? Go to bed, go to bed. Got to work tomorrow. All right. But thank you for your donation. The first one is fist bump. So thank you for that donation. You want to know how or what was NN feeling, thinking after having some time together today? And what did they feel about our conversation? Spilling tea and digging deep. All right, let's take a look here. So what was NN feeling? Let's look at that here. How or what was they feeling? Okay, got those. And then what were they thinking after you spent time together? Let's see, we got those. This one. And I want these two. All right. Yeah, we've got that Queen of Wands energy in here and the Queen of Pentacles under there too. So, I mean, they do see you as this nurturing person. It's almost like you have a split personality with them from their viewpoint. They see you as this nurturing, giving Queen of Pentacles, but also this Queen of Wands, which is fire you don't wanna mess with. Which is kind of accurate, right? We're like, "Yeah, well, you do see things a little clearly there." I like that. So we'll take a look here and what they felt about that. Maybe this is what they felt about the conversation. That makes sense why I got those extra. All right. So, what were they feeling afterwards? I got the 3 of Pentacles. 3 of Pentacles with that, that's an interesting energy because it's like they were in a place of feeling like they could be true to their authentic selves or wanting to be true to their authentic selves. But it's interesting. I haven't looked at this meaning in a long time that they're bringing up because usually it shows someone creating something and then there's 2 people. One person is the naysayer, the one that always finds something wrong and complains about, what they're creating. "You can't what are you doing it that way for? You should do it this way. You should do it this way." Blah, 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 blah. And they put them outside. They're like, "Thank you, I don't need your opinion." But the other person is someone who's supports and builds up and sees, um, you know, "Wow, I'm so proud of you, and you're gonna do so well in this and everything." And then just they're the one that can more influence them where they say, "Well, have you ever thought of doing it this way?" And because they fear they'll lose the support and that they'll join the naysayers, they, you know, will, "Well, maybe I should do what they're suggesting, even though that's not true to my authentic self." So it's usually a message of be true to yourself. Don't worry about these 2. But I feel like that's what they feel like with these 2 down here is that, you know, sometimes I feel like you're my support, but other times I feel like I can't do anything right. And this is what they have going on in their mind. And I feel like that's what this emotions, it feels like they're pulled in 2 different directions. Yeah, we have the Hanged Man. So there's this hold energy, this see things from a different perspective, cocooning energy, pausing energy in the heart. It's Pisces energy, actually, Neptune with this hangman. So it is this diving deep in this kind of lost in illusion. Their heart is lost in this illusion, you know, just kind of blinded over their eyes. They're not seeing reality when they're looking at from their heart. They're kind of trying to look at things through rose-colored glasses in a way. Yeah, they've got lovers and commitment here. So they do their heart, you know, knows what it wants. Again, it's that, "I don't care, I just," the heart is wanting, to be with you here. And the Page of Pentacles, it just wants more opportunity, more together in the future kind of energies where their heart is at, even though it feels that it's worth it, the risk. It's okay that I get abused by you. That's their heart. It's okay. It's like when you don't say you love me and when you have boundaries, that hurts me, but it's okay. It's still worth it, even though I get my little feelings hurt, kind of energy. Let's see what the mind goes, because this is the one that's usually the troublemaker for them, right? Yeah, the Fool card, they want no expectations. They just want freedom, and the mind wants to be free of all the rules and all this kind of stuff. They want this, you know, um, adventure and not, doing this um, intentions and supposed to be's or should be's or whatever. There's this kind of freedom from all these rules kind of energy. Yeah, and they have the Ace of Cups. It's almost like their mind is like, "This is too much. I want something else." The 5 of Swords, they just see it as conflicting energy, and that makes sense, the conflict between their head and their heart. And the Leo energy, the strength energy coming in here. This, I wanna be seen, I want to be cherished. The mind, this is the mind speaking, right? It's like, I want someone to appreciate who I am and not want me to change. I want someone that loves me for me, you know, almost like I wanna be admired. That's that lower vibration Leo energy. Look at me," not higher vibration, "Follow me, everybody, I'm confident, I have inner strength." This is the opposite kind of energy that they're kind of delving in right now. So, that's where they're at, mentally and emotionally. Let's see what they thought about the conversation that you guys had, because we do have the Ace of Swords on the bottom, which is clarity coming in, the Eight of Swords under that, which is about trying to let go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve anymore, beliefs that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. That's that mind with that Fool card kind of energy. Do you have the Eight of Wands? I feel like there was a little bit of heatedness that came up with this conversation. We got this eights, these two eights here. So this flowing energy. We got the Seven of Wands. Again, this is like, I want to be true to myself. I don't want to shrink. I don't want to ask permission to shine. I just want to be myself, kind of going back a little bit to those energies. And then the Empress. But they love that. You always come down to this, don't we? They love that nurturing. They love that feeling that they, didn't get growing up, and they love that emotional energy that you're able to give, and that the nurturing side that kicks in, that they sense within you. Um, but they just feel so confused. It's just like a contradictory, kind of energy that comes in with all of that. So very interesting there. Hopefully that brings you a little clarity. We'll see what the fortune cookie brings in. For your first one, we do the moonology, and for the second question, we do the other smaller deck. But we'll see. Let's see what kind of comes in here through the moonology, of course, for the Cancer moon, mama. All right, let's see what we got here. What else for Moonlight? Thank you. What else about them here? Your dreams need a practical plan. Full moon in Taurus. I like this. So that is the energy, right? It's like we need to be practical. We need a plan. And they're like, I don't want a plan. I just want to kind of just shoot from the hip and see what unfolds. And you're like, no, no, no. We need a plan. So it says sometimes you need to weave a bit of magic, and sometimes you need to be practical, and sometimes you need to find a combination of the two. This card suggests that this is where you are now. You need to use the laws of attraction to draw in what you want by imagining it, expecting it, welcoming it. But you need to balance that with taking down to earth steps toward your goals. This isn't about wishing on the moon and hoping for the best. It's about making something like a list of bullet points about how to achieve your dreams. And if you're asking about money, this card heralds a change of financial fortunes depending on both your past actions and what you're expecting and therefore attracting. So if it's about love, it's the other, of course, it applies too. To attune to this moon, write down 10 things that you know are wonderful about you. Additional meanings for the card: laziness could explain your current situation. If so, change that and own it. Chasing money doesn't work. You need to chase a dream. Jealousy or envy create negative energy and attract negativity. And more exercise is called for. So, whatever those, if any of those resonate. The teaching is the whoa, the full moon in Taurus is a time to get back to earth, to get grounded, to work through any negative feelings you've been dealing with, and to find a balance between being passionate and being overly intense. There you go. That's those two, the Queen of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands, right? Money issues may come to a head at the time of the full moon in Taurus, but you can take this card as a sign to pay more attention to your cash flow no matter when you draw it. So I like that for you. Hopefully that resonates. That's number 1 there for you. We'll circle back for number 2 here in a sec. I just wanna do some shout outs here. So thank you, Adwit, for your second donation. We'll add number 2 here on the list. We got Olivia in the house. Hey, Olivia, welcome, welcome. Thank you for your dual donations. We'll add you to the list here too. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna complete Summer or Moonlight's second one, and then I'll be at 3 hours, so I'm going to I'm gonna finish the free readings. I've got like 8 or so. I'm gonna finish those, and then I'll jump back into the donations to finish those out as well. All right. So, Summer, you had 255.44. Look at all those repeating numbers for your second one here. There you go. And so thank you for that. Is that a cheerleader? Those are so funny. So cheers. Let me read your question here. Oh, wow. So let's see here. Do your colleagues, K and W, think that you're doing a good job because you're just thrown into stuff since they were someone was sick, employees were sick, and lack of help? There's like sink or swim, fun times. All right, let's see what we got here. So let's see here. What does K think of you? I feel like we've got these. And then what does I lost my place. Let me highlight that here. There we go. And then A. What does A think of you? Okay. They don't think of you at all. No, look at here. Oh, there we go. Okay, they got a lot of thoughts. They must be an opinionated person. We'll take a look here. Oh, and W. What does W think here? W came out right away. Boom, I got something to say. Short and sweet, though. Well, and then these two. Oh, these three. Okay. It was short and sweet, but no. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of swords down here. And there's some anxiety here, some fears and, fears of failure. So just know that when we're asking what other people's opinions of us are, of course, that's through their eyes, right? That's through their conditioning, through the glasses of the filters of the life they lived, the fears, the anxiety that they're seeing. They're not going to see things clearly. They're going to see things through that. So they don't see the world. They don't see you as you are. They see the world and you as they are. So keep that in mind as we're looking at all this too, just that they were in this place of anxiety as well. All right. But let's take a look here. So what does Kay think? Yeah, 5 of cups. So there's this absence and sorrow energy that comes in here. Um, and I feel like and we'll look at the underlying energy because I feel like this is I'm just in a sad place anyway, so my world is sad. And they're reminding me, I used to we used to do customer surveys and um some of my I would look at the reports and find out part of my duties as my manager's second hand would be to look at them and see if there was opportunities, and I would see these people that would give a 4 and go, "The reason I gave a 4 was I never give a 5. There's always room for improvement." And I was like, "Really? Wow." And that's almost the kind of the energy I feel here, but it's like, um, I'm sad, so the world is sad, and I don't feel good, and so the world doesn't feel good, and so everyone sucks. So I don't feel like it's personal. I feel like just know where that's coming from. If you didn't feel like they're like, "Good job, rah, rah, rah," it's because of what's going on inside of them. Below the surface, yeah, we've got the 2 of swords, which is the conflict between their head and their heart, and the page of pentacles is that energy of people can always do better, that's an 11, um, on a scale of 1 to 10, I did a 10. Why? When I want everyone to do an 11. Well, all right. Well, you do you, boo, right? So I wouldn't put a whole lot of credence into that just because of that energy that they came from here. A, let's see here. Yeah, we've got this 8 of Cups energy and the Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups is a happy, happy energy. I feel like it takes a little bit of time here for them to really connect with you, I think, because this 8 of Cups is like, I'm letting go of old feelings. Maybe they know you. It's a small town, right? I feel like maybe they've known you before and interacted with you before, and I feel like in the beginning, they might have had a little bit of, old emotions left over that they never dealt with, and then they realized when they hung around and saw you and everything, they kind of had this letting go of the old and allowed a new thing to come in. So, you might have seen a change in them. You might have felt at first a little bit of, "What's going on with them? What is this energy?" Because 'Cause you're gonna feel this emotional energy. 5 of Cups, 8 of Cups, all this energy. You're like, "What is all this emotion?" But then you were like, "Oh, okay, this person has changed. Let's see what's going on below the surface of them." Yeah, 9 of Cups. So, there is this, happiness here. But I feel it changes too with the 2 of Wands, which says that it fluctuates depending on how they're feeling as well, just to keep that in mind. And the 3 of Swords, I feel like this is the old disappointment that they had that they've let go. I feel like that's the emotions they had, but they've got a lot of expectations on themselves self and a fear that they would fail, and that's a big piece of what they focused on is themselves. Um, so, that's like energy with them. W, we have the 3 of Wands. Another person that in the beginning, they had a preconceptions about you, but they changed their mind. Let's see what that change was. At first, they thought you were a hard worker, then they thought you were a slacker. No, I feel like it's the not that they felt you were a slacker, they just weren't sure, you know, that you were gonna be able to do the job and be able to do things, but I feel like they saw you just jump in and jump in and jump in and do this stuff, and they were like, "Wow, alright." Um, yep, Knight of Pentacles. I feel like it was a slow change here, but, I feel like it happened. They don't make willy-nilly decisions. Yeah, they had a little bit of conflict, internal conflict with the 5 of Swords. You have the 5 of Pentacles, yeah. So, I feel like this is telling you a lot about their inner energies of this fear of being abandoned, fear of not being enough, not having enough. So, again, the 9 of Swords was below the surface for all of them. So they had these fears that are there, and that's why they had a little bit of, I feel like they might have felt intimidated or what's the word? Threatened by you a little bit when you came in. Um, for a variety of reasons, I feel like you reminded them of someone who was very to them, in their life, but then they realized it turned around because eventually they have the Sun card that comes in, which is them going, "Wow, alright." So, I like this for you. I feel like, um, it's good to understand where people are coming from that, uh, usually humans are thinking about themselves, not other people, and the only time they're thinking about other people is to compare themselves or to, find something wrong with other people so that they feel better about themselves. That's generally how humans work. We're all worried about our own stuff that's going on, our own fears. What are people thinking about us? What's going on? Am I gonna have enough for tomorrow? Is my spouse cheating on me? Are they doing this? Why are they looking over there? Why is this happening? That's humans. They're usually not really caring about what we're doing, like we are, and we might even be more concerned about other people. Of course, you being a Cancer moon, or I mean a Cancer sign, um, it definitely has this energy of um, we think everyone is as caring, and a lot of people in the chat are, of course, huge hearts, and we care about so many people, and we think everyone cares the same amount as we do, but it's not true. It's not the case. So when we realize we're not normal, um, then we can allow other people to have that freedom, to be themselves and not expect them, and release ourselves too, and not expect a whole lot on us trying to help everyone else feel good about themselves. We start with us. We fill up, we become a chalice, we overflow out to people, and then we're full, right? So I like it. You get two little fortune cookies for this one. You've got the untethered soul energy, being free from the little bird cage. Free yourself from limiting beliefs, allow your spirit to soar. So, that's that nine of swords too, is becoming aware of, yeah, what are my fears? Do I really care about what other people think? And what if everyone hated me? What does that tell me? Do I fear anything about that? Or does that, allow me to see other people and go, well, if people have hate, that's more about what they're going through than it's not about how they feel about me. Right. And then you have surrenders peace for your second little card. This one's a little longer. This is advice from your higher self. It says, if you've drawn the surrenders peace card, your higher self is guiding you towards a state of release. Perhaps there's something you're holding on to, a grudge, a fear, an expectation that's creating turbulence in your spirit. Your soul advises you to let go, to trust in the greater scheme of things. Remember, sometimes not steering the ship and letting the current guide you can lead you to the most beautiful destinations. Embrace the serenity that comes with surrender, and you'll find life unfolds in harmonious ways you never imagined. The Surrender's Peace card whispers the profound wisdom of letting go and embrace life's myriad possibilities with open arms and a tranquil spirit. Surrender is often misconstrued as a sign of weakness or defeat, yet, in spiritual contexts, it becomes an act of immense strength and peaceful resistance against the tumultuous storms of life. The act of surrendering is not about relinquishing control, but about understanding and acknowledging that the universal flow of life is a magnificent co creator on our journey. Wow, I love that for you. So, hopefully, that resonates for you, my dear. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. You're welcome, Brenda. Brenda. All right. So we are at 3 hours. So I haven't completed any free readings. So I'm going to complete, I've only got like eight. Um, so we'll complete those and then we'll bounce back. And for the donations right now, I have Maria P. and then Adwit. We got two for you. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I apologize if I'm not. And then Olivia times two is where we're at. Yes, that is right. So I have my email over here on my tableto. All right. So let me get these. I think these are all set. Oh, except for this one. All right. Let me just make sure here. I didn't miss any of the free readings. Yeah, Vivian, I didn't see a question from you. I had gotten down to you, so we are good to go. And thank you guys again for all the thumbs up, too. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. Sending that message out there. So thank you so much. So you can show some love to me and to my channel, and totally free, which is the perfect price, right? Right. So cheers. Let's take a sip and we'll dive into these free readings. All right. So, Ateshi Singh, you are up. Here is your a time stamp and a general for you. So what does spirit? Okay, they want that one. What else? And this one here. Got the 7 of Wands and the 2 of Pentacles. So you had this opportunity coming up, kind of like a fork in the road in a way. 2 opportunities with the 2 of Pentacles in the outside world. And the 7 of Wands is an energy about being true to yourself and not feeling like you need to defend yourself or shrink or ask permission to go in a direction that you want. And the 2 of Pentacles, it's like you're having this it's not a test. We don't get tested. It's more of an opportunity for you to put into practice what you've been learning about being true to your authentic self and making choices for you rather than sacrificing and going, "Well, this is what everyone thinks I should do, and I wanna make people angry or blah, blah, blah. So I'm gonna go do this even though I know I'm gonna despise it or not like it. As much as if I chose this, I'd be like, "Oh, if I could do that, that would be great." What's stopping you is what they're saying here is don't let the fear of other people's choices, of their opinions and their stories impact you because they're not gonna get over it very fast. It's not gonna impact them. But if you make this other choice, it's gonna impact you for a long time, well beyond they'll get over, like if you chose this, they'd get over that eventually, but this, you would be stuck with it for a very long time. And you're like, ugh, so this is about you choosing for you rather than you um, sacrificing yourself for others in this decision that's coming up for you. So hopefully that helps, Ateshi. That's what they got for you right now. All right. All right, and then we've got Maria, M9P, not Maria P. Look, and you had 31131 as yours here. And so a general for next week. Let's take a look here. All right. So you got 3 cards that came in here. You've got the 5 of Wands, along with the King of Wands, along with the 4 of Wands. Wow. All this fire energy. But with the King of Wands here, I do feel like your message for this upcoming week is let the drama be the drama. The 5 of Wands is about a group of people that there's drama and you're in the middle of this storm. It's like you're in the middle of the hurricane in the eye of the storm. You're not being impacted by it, but everyone around you is. There's all this people that are having and you're just like, "What is going on?" And usually they look to you to solve our problems, come to the rescue, help us communicate, help us make up with each other, be the go-between, be the peacemaker. But this energy is like you have the choice as this King of Wands to not do it, to go, what do I want? Not what everyone is want me to do. This is like um, take this time off from being that rescuer, for being that person that, saves everything. 4 of Wands is joy and celebration. Enjoy yourself. Do what you brings you joy. You maintain the relationship, your individual relationships with them, but you don't have to worry about trying to make them get along. It's sometimes we can become a crutch for people by being the one that always steps in to help them out. But this is about managing your energy and going, nope, you know what? I'm going to choose joy and do things that bring me joy, not, get involved in all that drama. You know how you get in the middle of a fight and you get punched instead of the other person. You get this, you know, energetic punch, and you're just like, yeah, you guys need to learn to get along yourselves. I will maintain my relationship with each of you, but not for I'm not going to get involved in your all's mess. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Hey, Debbie. Oh, yeah. We only have a small list. So we got Kat Mia up next, Happy Pill after that, Marissa Smith after that, Livier, and then you, and then Maria P is where we're at. All right. All right. So, Kat Mia, you are up. Here's your timestamp. Timestamp. So, what is the highest percentage of intuition accuracy a human can reach? And how long does it take to achieve that level? Wow. You know, the highest percentage of intuition accuracy a human can reach is 100%. That's when they become a enlightened master and was they vibrate away from this well, they can vibrate away from this plane. You know, when you talk about, like, these yogis, who you hear about stories that can create palaces out of thin air up in the mountains and then create food and things out of nowhere. They can manage energy and, um, there's all this, ability and they can appear to other people and transmute themselves across. There's all that kind of energy that's available and we can have that. How long does it take? Let me get some advice from spirit here, just some cards, because I feel like, you know, we're not we're not really here, yeah, to be um it's like that's not the goal. We have the Hierophant came out here. We're here to learn and to grow and to experience, right, with the Hierophant. We're here to see things from a different perspectives. We're already fully intuitive on the other side. We come down here to experience what it's like to be dumb, to be unintuitive altogether and just, "What?" And then to learn to open back up and remember who we are, to walk hand in hand with our intuition. But a lot of this lifetime isn't, you know, it's like we're not here to be straight A students. It's not like a school. We're here to experience, to explore, and sometimes that is one of the things that we choose to come down to become and learn about our intuition and to connect. And because at one point, our first iteration of humanity, when we came here, we actually came fully aware, no veil. We came down as humans and we had all knowledge of the universe too. And we walked upon this earth as these super powerful, still connected fully to the upper worlds. And we're like, well, this is cool. All right, what can be more exciting? Like, what if? Because we could see all of the paths of the future, we intuitively knew exactly what we needed to do to have the most highest unfolding. It's like winning at everything. We knew what we needed to do to have the fullest life always, and we did that for several lifetimes, and we're like, "Alright, so, what's next?" Right? We got kinda bored with it, and so, like, what if we veiled the future where we couldn't see all outcomes. We could still see way in the future, but not the final outcomes of things. We're like, "Ooh, that was exciting to us." We loved possibilities, and we're like, "Ooh, we don't know what's behind curtain number 1 or curtain number 2," right? If they ask you, if they show you, "Do you want this or that?" We're like, "Well, I want that because that's what I want." But if there's curtains, that brings in mystery and unknowingness was really exciting for us. That was the second iteration of humanity, like Atlantis and, Mu and those different places, Lemuria. It was more we were more veiled, but not completely. This iteration of humanity, we were like, "What if we're born blind and disconnected?" Where, we're connected, but we're not aware that we're connected. The windows are minimized. We're like, "What's going on? I don't know where I'm going. Who took the map? What are the possibilities? Where did I go?" And we wander and we explore, and it's more exciting. That's what our iteration of this humanity is. So we don't when we come down here and you choose these lifetimes, we're not really choosing to become I feel like so much we're not choosing to become enlightened masters in these lifetimes and to go to these high levels as much as we used to, because we're here for the experiences. And granted, we do open up more and more and more because the energies and where we're at in humanity is taking us there. But and this is where that magician is, that you also got here, which is, both the Hierophant and the magician. Hierophant's about seeing things from a higher perspective. I'm going, "Oh, okay." Having experienced the low perspective, seeing from the high perspective, we understand the depths. It's like if you're going to explore a mountain to see more about what is the mountain, what are the crevices, the caves. Once you go to the bottom of the mountain, which is where we're at, and we look to the top of the mountain, when we connect with them, it's like those people who do measurements. All right, now we can see how big the mountain is, and we're like, whoa, And the magician card is eventually at some point becoming more connected where we become conduits, where we move from the me to the we, which is kind of where we're moving from 3D to 4D to 5D dimensions because 3D is more me, human, growl, and fourth dimension is where we're at right now, which is we're more about the we, but we haven't become a collective like a lot of other places have yet, if that makes sense. So hopefully that information makes sense to you there. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings. All right. So we have Happy Pill up next. So Happy Pill, here is your timestamp. And let me check my emails. I don't think I've gotten. Um, Anna did check with that person to do Reiki long distance, and she got the phone number for them. Um, so if you want, I didn't get an email from you yet. So if you email me, I'll give you that information just for privacy. It's probably a public number, but it's their personal number. So I'll give that to you. I don't know if you want long distance, but you can let me know in the email. No, I don't want to call. Can I communicate by email? Then I can reach out and see if I can get an email for you. Okay. But you wanted a super full moon message for yourself from spirit. So let's take a look here. I thought I had your email, Happy Pill, but I couldn't find it. I did switch computers though. So, all right. Wow. Yeah, we got the 7 of Pentacles coming in here, and the Hangman, which is this pause energy coming in and giving time for transformation. So I feel like the super full moon is bringing in this, understanding that there are these results that are happening, and even though it feels like things are going slow, um, there is this pausing to give you the opportunity to let more things go, mindsets that don't serve you, beliefs, perceptions, expectations, letting some of these things go to free you up to see things from that higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love, instead of from a place that we're taught, small t truths rooted in fears, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's, right? Giving you that opportunity in the heart, allowing you to release, especially with this super full moon, giving you an opportunity to do this emotional release. At the beginning of this stream, we did a full moon ritual kind of and provided it's like a celebration ritual, provided information on the Cancer full moon. One of the things was about this is great energy to release old emotional energies. So I feel like that's something, if you want to check that out, it's at the beginning of the stream. And then also releasing energy that doesn't serve you anymore, and even physical things that don't serve you anymore, to help the progression. It's like getting rid of the weeds around the thing you're wanting to grow so that they're not taking the moisture, not the moisture, well, maybe the moisture from the soil, but the nutrients from the soil, and allowing that, kind of energy to be invested more in what you're wanting to grow, not into the stuff that you don't. So this is the energy. It's a great time of release for you. And I feel like if you check out that at the beginning, that can help you out as well. So that's what they got for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. All right, Marissa Smith, you are up. So, Marissa, here is your time stamp and your free question. Will the Gemini come to see you this month? All right, based on current energy, will they come visit you this month? All right, got 3 cards. Got the Page of Swords. Let me see what all these are here. Got the Page of Swords. I feel like they'll communicate with you here. There will be future communication. But I don't know, we've got the moon card, which is the hidden revealed, and the 10 of pentacles has to do with about relationship and abundance energy here. I don't feel like they're gonna come to visit with this. It does feel like they're really in, Mother Moon energy, with the Cancer moon, which is tomorrow, right? Actually, it's happening right now, Cancer full moon. Well, we're within the 8 hours of it. It happens here at 3 AM, so we're still about 4, let me see, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know, I can't think right now with, time because we have to go over the 12. Well, that makes sense. 9, 3 is 12, so 6 hours from now. Anyway, um, but this feels like that they're more gonna communicate, like, "Hey, sorry I haven't been communicating a lot, but I am focusing on this relationship with mama, baby mama, right? Right now." And I feel like that's the communication that kinda comes in just for clarity purposes for you here. Um, and, I just feel here that they juggle so many people, and, they've got these different, because I feel like there's a third one, right? There's you, there's that one, and there's another one, and I feel like he kind of keeps 2 on the back burner, brings 1 to the front burner, and there's only 1 front burner, and there's 2 back burners, and then he just kinda shuffles them and shuffles them and shuffles them. So while they're with you, they're talking to the other 2, and when they're with the other one, they're talking to you 2, you know? So, it just feels like you deserve more than this, I feel. Um, you deserve to be someone's choice, not someone's option. I think that's what we said before. They're bringing it back again. But it's good to know that going, "Yeah, I do deserve that." Anyway, that's what they have for you, Marissa. So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings. Right? Livier Vagara, you are up. Hello, hello. So here is your timestamp, and you want a general for the coming week. All right, let's see what's coming here in the coming week. That was a lot of cards. And they didn't, they're like, nope, nope, keep going, keep going. Okay, I feel like I need to shuffle these. Let's refresh some energy. All right, one more time, but let me do it a different way here. There we go. All right, my dear, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, general for the coming week. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cards. You've got the Ace of Pentacles. So there is a new opportunity of some sort that's coming up here this next week. Let's see what this is about here. Yeah, and a fresh start with something too coming in here. And you've got the 10 of Swords. Yeah, endings and beginnings energy. It is endings of some expectations that bring some change. So there is a significant change that comes in. You got the Full card, which is the 0, the beginning, the first card of the major arcana. But this and the 10 of Swords is like getting rid of expectations. This is a new opportunity that opens up with the world of possibilities without expectations attached to it. So it's gonna feel a little bit expansive, a little bit like, being kept in a box for a long time and then suddenly put out in the middle of this field that's wide open, and you're just like, it seems so ominous and big that comes in for you this week. But there's an opportunity that opens up, and it does feel large for you. And it can be maybe job related. Um, I don't know. They're not really giving me the exacts here. But I feel like that's a part of it. It's like the 10 of Swords is without expectation. Just enjoy the adventure. Whatever's unfolding this week, just enjoy the adventure. Look at it as everything is a new opportunity. Try to let go of the old ways of thinking about anything and just try to see as much as you can as new. whether it's your mom or your child or anyone, and just go, "I'm gonna act as if I never," not direct, "Who are you?" But act as if you're seeing them for the first time with new eyes, and life, and I feel like this is a an energy for you for this week of just look at it, through it's like you're they're reminding me the first time I got contacts. It's because when I few handful of classes that I took in college, one was a lecture hall, and the professor that was teaching the class I was in put on my little test that came back and says, "You might wanna get some glasses because I see you squinting." And I must have been like because it must have been really obvious. In a auditorium of 100 people, he was like he must really saw that I was like, because I'd had to move down closer so I could read the board and what he was writing. So he probably saw me there. But, when I got contacts in, the, optometrist said, "You've been driving like this?" And I go, "I wondered why." I'd get up to the go, "Oh, that's my exit." Um, or I go, "I wonder why those semis were driving on my side of the road." I was joking, but when I went outside with contacts in, I was like it was a whole new world. I could see trees, clarity of the trees and see them in a distance, and wow, I could see buildings way far away, and it was like an amazing and that's like kind of energy I feel for you is this week is like see the world through these new clear eyes and it opens up opportunities for you because you're letting go of old ways of looking at it. So hopefully that helps. All right. So that what they got for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you, my dear. All right, Debbie O, you are up. Hello, hello. Here's your timestamp. So, what comes towards you in the next month? Let's take a look here. What's coming towards you in the next month? Oh my God. OMG. What's coming towards you in the next month and the month after that? Is that what you meant? You're still awake? Oh my God. Happy New Year. Wow, you have the 7 of Pentacles coming in here and the 3 of Wands. Yeah. I feel like here in the next couple months, the 7 of Pentacles with the 3 of Wands says, you're starting to get the fruits of your labor, things you've been patiently waiting for and you've been putting in the work. Here comes some results of some things. And you're like, "Huh, I thought this was gonna feel differently. I feel like this was gonna be, like, more." And I'm just like, I'm realizing I wasn't doing this for me, I was doing this for someone else. The example that they bring a lot, and I haven't used this in a long time, is like you plant an apple orchard because everyone is saying, "Oh, yeah, you should have an apple orchard because I love applesauce. Oh, I love apple fritters. I love apple juice. I love just eating apples. I love apple pie." You know, all this, you can make baby, like applesauce for babies, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff, right? And you're like, all right, that sounds good. And so grow this apple orchard, and then here comes the harvest, and you're like, huh, everyone else is getting all that, but I'm not really, apples are not my thing. Like, what I love is guacamole. I want an avocado orchard. I love avocados. So, this is that kind of energy where with new information, with new awareness, you like change direction. Um, and so this can be change of job, it can be change of anything. But I feel like it's whatever you're starting to feel this. I don't, I just not, yeah, it's not what I thought it would be. And I'm gonna pursue something else, right? So I got this energy of change, getting the fruit and going, eh, man, what is this? And I'm wanting to kind of swap it up, but it's not that it's being changed for you, it's you that's initiating change. That's an important clarification, right? So that you're not like, "Oh god, they're gonna force me out or anything." No, this is you going, I'm selling this orchard, I'm buying that one," kind of energy. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you there, my dear. So, many blessings to you. Alright. Hey, Nelia, Nelia. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll add you to the list here. Boom, boom. Happy New Year to you. You're welcome, Debbie. And I think I saw someone else come in here too. Yeah, Minu. Hello, Minu. And I'll add you to the free list, but I am going to go back to whoops, go back down here. Um, Maria P is the last free reading I'm doing before returning back to finish up the donations. Once I finish the donations, I'll see where I'm at. I'll probably, if you're the only one left, I will, of course, do your reading. Depending on how many we have here and how late we go with donations, of course. But I should be able to get yours done here too. So good to see you. Happy New Year to you. All right. Much love, light, and strength. Best wishes for 2026. All right. So, Maria P., you are up. Here is your timestamp. Thank you for your well, you have your donation. Doing your free reading before your donation. So thank you for your donation. You'll be the next donation that I'm doing, donation reading. So the cart before the horse here. So a general for you and Walter, and then we'll dive into that as well. I just had another come in here via Z PayPal, so I'll add that to the list here in a moment. All right, so what's the general? You got 3 cards here. You got the Knight of Wands. Whoa, movement of passion. All right. You also have the Moon card and the 9 of Swords coming in here. And so the combination of all this here is this fear of something being revealed. I just feel like this is this message, because the Moon card is the revealing of the hidden, and the 9 of Swords is the nightmare and insomnia and the fear. And I just feel like the combination of this is the fear of something being revealed, like there's well, I'm just afraid for the other foot to drop and that there's going to be the secret that comes out, and that secretly he's been with someone else this whole time. And you're like, when would have he had the time and the energy? But this Knight of Wands is this stepping into your power and this quest of your energy. And the big thing they're wanting you to like realize is whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. And of course, the more you focus on the fear of something, your mind starts creating the proof to show it to you. Whereas if you focus on the gratitude for what you do love, your mind shows you the proof of that. So being aware of you're on this quest of your power and your energy. And, oh my God, you've come so far and over this year or so, especially in this relationship with them, you've grown so much in the awareness. But this is the energy that they're focusing in on. Is this is one of the big fears that consciously and unconsciously and subconsciously you focus on. And until you look at that and you know transform it, then you almost freaked out. Yeah, until you get this and get to the root of this fear, it will freak you out. It will consistently show itself over and over and over and over. It's like one of those emotions that your inner child's going, "Hey, hey, 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 hey." It's coming up all the time. They're wanting you to deal with this fear of abandonment, this fear of what does it mean if someone does that, and facing it, because there will be freedom that comes when you look at that, right? So I feel like that's their message for that one. Your free reading. All right. And then Minu, I will eventually come back around for that. Good night, Debbie. Thank you so much, Nelia. Hit that like and subscribe button. Boom, boom. Psh, psh, psh. Yeah, thank you for all the thumbs up. Thank you for the reminder, Nelia. It's a way that you can show love to me and to my channel, and I'm so grateful for it. You're also part of the love tsunami. You help spread the Zen love. You help the videos get in front of more people so more people have an opportunity to experience that beautiful love from above. So thank you guys so much for those of you that have done that. All right, so let's take a sip here. And we're going to jump back into the donations. I'll give you the list here in a sec. All right. So we have Maria P for your donation, and then we have Adwi, for 2, and then Olivia for 2, and then Nelia. We will jump to yours. Make sure I don't think I skipped anyone. Nope. Okay, good. All right. So let us dive in here. So Maria P, you got 3, 40, 34. Look at all these threes and these fours. That is your timestamp for your donation, and I have your over here. Oops, sorry. Let me make sure here. Oh, and then a second one for Maria. So 928. Actually, you're right before Nelia. So, sorry, Nelia. We're gonna have Maria squeezed in between Olivia and you there too, for her second donation that she made over here. All right. So I did not forget anyone else. All right, Maria. So let's do this one here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings today after your morning date. Ah. So thoughts and feelings, and then what about now? All right. And then updates on the dark side. Okay, boom, boom. And then what's happening over there? Okay, that's updates on the dark side. What did he say after your date? Behave. And you just laugh and say, always. What did he say? Behave. Because he knows you. I'm just kidding. What's coming towards us next week? And work for you. And a message from Wally. Okay. All right. It's a lot of questions. We're going to zip through them really fast here. So we got Wally's thoughts and feelings today. Thoughts are we've got joy and celebration here, you know, and that's a good energy here. I feel like they felt at the date that you've reached a point and they're thinking about what's next that comes in here. And yeah, and then the feelings is the Ace of Cups here too. So very loving energy below here, very positive. Just looking forward to, what are we gonna take this to next? What's coming forward? We reached this wonderful place. Now what's coming, right? And then tonight, oops, tonight, we got the Chariot card. We got this definitely this Cancer moon energy, which we have happening tonight. So there's this wonderful victory energy again, victory with the World card, victory energy with the Chariot. Again, this choice energy with their mind. Okay, what's next kind of energy. So still the same. I'm there. And instead of the Ace of Cups, you have the Ace of Pentacles, which is looking at um like physically what do I want to do next? Like what is the next Ace of Cups is the emotion, but the Ace of Pentacles tangible is the word I was looking for. What is the tangible next thing I want to bring with you into the physical world? So what do we want to do next in the physical world? So I feel like he's thinking now more about how to express that emotion and show it to you. So I like that. Updates on the dark side, what's happening over there? Yeah, we got the Hierophant and the Six of Wands energy. So there is this movement of energy over there, and he's seeing things from a higher perspective with the Hierophant. It's the number of change. And I feel like I just feel like there's this flow energy, this change energy. something clicked over the holidays where he's really, "I'm ready to start moving forward. Now that the holidays are ending, we're getting back on track. I'm making change." So, I do feel like they're taking little steps and making bigger plans to have things happen. Why did you say after your date, behave? Yeah. Well, we've got the Empress. He knows how loving you are and that you are an Empress. So, I don't think there was anything meant by it here. I feel like he was mainly, you know, this little absence energy of like, bye, behave. Um, Nothing meant by it. It's more of a, something to say because you didn't know what else to say is what I feel here. I feel like he sees you as the Empress that, you know, maybe a little insecurity, but I don't feel like that what he said had anything to do with any of that. Um, what's coming towards you guys next week? Yeah, got a little bit of hanging out. You got the Hanged Man, which is normally a pause energy, but it's transformation energy. And I do feel like things transform in like a positive way for you coming in here. I'm not even looking down here. Nothing bad. It doesn't feel like it all feels like progression and movement forward. I feel like the stories you're telling in your head are the problem for you. That's where it's bringing your anxiety. Um, so and so there is movement where it kind of stagnated before with the holidays and everything because of so much going on with school and family and like brothers and sisters and mother and father and all the blah, blah, and his child and their grandchild and all blah, 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 that he's like he's exhausted now. He's like, okay, all that's behind. Now we're getting out of the mud and cleaning the mud off the shoes, and there's progress kind of coming in here. But next week it feels like kind of a transformative energy. I don't feel like a pause energy. I feel like it's more, the butterfly, the caterpillar is turning into the butterfly in the cocoon. A lot of cocooning together, though, I feel with this. Work for you next week? Yep. 10 of Swords, change, letting expectations go. I feel like there's a change of responsibilities next week with this. So I do feel like that they're implementing some changes and they'll be bringing that communication for you as well. A message from Wally, the Wheel of Fortune. I don't know. What does that say to you? Wheel of Fortune. We're gonna go play Wheel of Fortune? No. This is, I don't feel like this is necessarily from Wally, the person. This is from Wally's higher self, which is this energy of, um, can trust that everything unfolds for you, the tuna for you. And, you know, I feel like their higher self is saying, and this probably would help you with your fear of, what if they leave me? What if they do this? What if they do that? You've survived other relationships before and you would survive that. They're like saying that if you trust that everything in life happens for you, that if someone or something has moved out of your life, that there is a gift in it for you. And if you can live life like that way, oh, it was Bashar I heard today. He goes, if you realize that every moment brings you a gift, instead of living a life of worry, you'll live a life of unwrapping presents. Isn't that awesome? I loved it today. They just brought it back to me. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is. We're going to use the Moonology for this for your first one. And for your second one, we'll use this other combo deck over here. So, what do you have here? A win-win outcome is forecast. Full moon in Libra, the house of relationships. Yay! So, a win-win outcome is forecast. You can't make it up, especially with Libra rolling over the house of relationships. So the full moon in Libra, the sign of partnership, of falling in love, and of closely relating to someone else. Since full moons are about climaxes, whoa, and conclusions, this card suggests you're either about to start a new relationship or that an important existing relationship is changing somehow. Um, it says perhaps coming to an end, or don't panic yet, moving to a new level of commitment, which is what the case is. It's important to remember that people come to us for a reason and sometimes just for a season. If a relationship is ending now, it's doing so at the right time. So try not to fight it. I like this that they're bringing in your fears right into your face, but they also brought you in this full moon energy of you're taking to a new level. This card can also refer to a professional relationship. There's a sense that you need to balance your ego with someone else's needs. Your ego is your fears, right? A win win outcome is possible with give and take. Doing so might be the answer to your question. So, attune to the moon by saying, it says, let go of that which is falling away, is the big thing. And I like this about letting go of these fears that are falling away. I feel like that's the big thing because your fear is the relationship is going to end. But, going back to that, if it did, you would be fine. It happens for a reason. But I feel like that's the thing they want you to face is sit with what if it did? Would you die? No. Would it be upset for a little bit? Yeah. But would you get over it? Yeah. Would you find love again? Absolutely. Um, you have love at your door all the time knocking, and you're like, "No, thank you." Candygram, and you're like, "No, thank you. I'm not gonna answer that." If you wonder where that's from, Google land shark, Saturday Night Live. All right. Additional meanings of the card, see the other person through the eyes of love. It will change your perspective. It's time for you to make a firm decision. Time for you to focus on yourself for a while as well. Look after yourself, but avoid vanity. Now is a great time for a makeover. Those are possible other meanings of the card. So the teachings that this brings in says no matter when you pull the full moon in Libra card, it encourages you to find a balance between your desires and those of the people around you. Balance is a very Libran energy, and the full moon brings things to a peak. Dramas and upsets bring partnerships to the fore. Libra energy also brings love energy. Negotiations can also be easier. So some good energy with all this, but I feel like the big thing is they're bringing your fears of, sorry, I gotta pull up my socks. Um, bringing your fears to the forefront, and this is their message for you was to face those so that they quit interfering with your relationship because they'll keep coming up and jealousy is ugly and it hurts and expectations pop in and suck the life out of your relationship. So you don't want to do what you've always done and end up with it you've always gotten, right? So let go. That's the message. All right. So that's for that one. So thank you so much. We'll circle back around for your second one here in a bit. But for now, we're going to go to Adwit. So Adwit, you got 353, 33, all these threes for your first one. Thank you so much for your dual donations. So for your first one, let's give that a love and a like here. There we go. And question one up here. Will you pass the entrance exam? All right. So based on current energies, will you pass the entrance exam? All right. So you've got these three and these two down to this one. Well, you have a countdown to something, so this is good. You bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Swords, which is movement of the mental suit, movement of education, movement of communication. So this is a positive sign. That just shows me that um your education moves on or your learning moves on, so you pass the entrance exam, that means you get to learn more, right? So, I like this. Let's see what these cards want to tell you here. Yeah, you got the 4 of Wands, joyful celebration, that's a good sign. You have the Empress, birthing energy, harvest energy, very positive, outcome energy, and the 2 of Cups, as well here. This is emotional choice energy, which what I like about this is, um, it's very important to go in if you haven't taken the exam yet, especially whenever you're taking exams, if you go in with fear, you go into fight or flight mode. What that does is that knocks out your intelligent, compassionate, loving side. It disconnects, and your little 2-year-old and its pet hissing cat are left in charge who didn't study. They don't have connection to your brain. So you have this little 2-year-old and a pet hissing cat taking your test. That doesn't fare well, right? But if you are able to stay calm and you can learn some breathing exercises of if you breathe in like and do slow breaths, that helps calm you down. It helps you get out of fight or flight and anxiety comes back to now, right? And so it's very important for your emotional choice that you get to control going in. The more you're calm, the more better you do. The more freaked out you do, the less better you do, right? So it's like learning, calm down. I'm going to do my due diligence. I'm going to study and whatever, but then I need to calm down, listen to calm music, meditate, whatever you do to learn to calm down, then you do very well there. So that's important for you to know. But it feels very already feels very abundant here. I got the 4 of Cups, which is emotional stability, and the 9 of Pentacles, abundance. So we're kind of a repeating message. The more you can calm and balance your emotions, the better you do with the 9 of Pentacles. And then you end up with the World card. Fulfillment, another huge victory card. So it's like victory, victory, victory that comes in here. So all of that tells me that this is a positive outcome for you here. All right. And I feel like we're going to do your big moonology one for your second question. For this one, we'll do the smaller ones because they just want to reverse it here and give you more of an oomph on your second question. So for your first one here, let's take a look. Okay, got this one. And then what's your second one here? Okay, nope, none of those. This one here. All right. So your first one is Soul's Companion. Interesting here. And it says, cherish your soulmates. They accompany you in this journey of spiritual growth. I like this because this is a message saying that your spirit guides are with you and that it's not cheating. This is funny. It's not cheating if you're taking the exam and like, I know this answer. I studied it. So spirit, bring it back to my remembrance, and they will. You can ask them. You don't have to do it out loud either. You can just go, help, and they'll bring that. If you studied it, it will come to you, right? Even if you didn't, they won't, they don't, it's not really cheating, but they're going to bring it back from your subconscious for you there. You even have your other one is awakening consciousness. And this is a advice from your higher self. It says, at the core of our being, we are pure consciousness. This awareness goes beyond the physical, the mental, and the emotional, tapping into the essence of our existence. By selecting the awakening consciousness card, your higher self is nudging you toward a deeper realization of your true nature. So take moments to meditate, to observe, to be still. And in that stillness, you might just discover the vastness of your being. Awakening is not about acquiring something new, but about realizing what has always been. It's the profound understanding that we're not just our bodies, our thoughts, or our emotions. We're the observer, the consciousness that watches, untouched and unchanging. It's kind of a message of remember who you really are, that you're so much more than this human. You're this powerful, eternal, spiritual being made of unconditional love. This is one little expression of of your higher self. So you have this strong connection to this being that is expansive. So remember who you really are, I feel like is the message for that one. All right. Let me take a sip here. All right. So, for your second question, thank you for your additional donation or your donation for your question. I don't know why I'm suddenly pretending to be someone with a bad French accent, but there you go. So, let's give that a love and a like there. And your second question is which career path is best for you? You're interested in data science and business, but you don't know what's the best path for you. What we'll take a look at here, because from spirit's perspective, there's not good or bad or better or worse. Um, and there are no wrong decisions from spirit. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences that go along with it. So, what we'll do is I'll pull cards on your data science, what kind of energy is around that, and then around business and see what energy is around that. And then you can choose what is in alignment with your soul, right? It's like asking, you know, spirit, what flavor ice cream should I have? And they're like, I don't know, what flavor? What are you in the mood for? Right. And so they give you a little taste test of each. And then you're like, oh, I really like this. And then you know what to choose. But they don't choose for you. They just let you have like a little taste test of the energy. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So for the data science, let's see what that brings you here. Data science. Thank you. Boom, boom, boom. And then these are for the business. And then we'll do two cards for is there something else that would be more in alignment? We'll see. We'll take a look here. Excuse me. All right. So for data science, you've got the Emperor. I do feel like if you go into the data science, you might end up being kind of this manager kind of position in the data science, maybe an administrator, or some sort of, you'd have that ability to move up and be in that kind of managerial position with the emperor energy. There might even be an opportunity if you're looking for entrepreneurship with the king, with the emperor kind of energy. You got the judgment card here, which is the calling card. This is about spirit showing you about seeing things from a higher perspective. That I feel like if you went into data science, that you might end up going into something else related field or m- marrying. I was gonna say marrying. They're like marrying it together because they said marriage. Oh, marrying together data science with something that's more in alignment with what you want to do, but you like from your heart, not from your mind, but something your heart wants to do, that you'd be able to do that later. You also have the Eight of Cups. Yeah, I do feel like here you would end up eventually leaving that field again with that Eight of Cups energy coming in here. You'd end up walking away because it wouldn't be emotionally fulfilling for you, which is what I'm saying. It's if it's a mental choice, that's going to take you into existence, not feeling like you're living. But you'll end up doing something with your heart. And they're like, you can still bridge that over from there, but you will eventually end up following your heart. Yeah, you have the Queen of Wands, and you have they're saying you have the opportunity and the ability to be successful at anything. Um, but this is about the Queen of Wands is about your passions. Behind the scenes, the Queen of Wands also has cups, emotional energy. So again, with this Eight of Cups and the Queen of Wands, they're just reiterating that you would end up leaving it for something that is more exciting and more you're more passionate and your heart is in it. Business, let's take a look here. You've got the Tower card. Yeah, it feels here. The Tower card is something being moved out of your life to make space for something that's more in alignment with your soul. It feels like here, yeah, you got the Eight of Swords, which is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mind things that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. You got the King of Pentacles. Yeah, you could have money here. You would have security and money in business. But again, it feels like you would let's see what this other card is here. Yeah, Nine of Pentacles is this independent energy and wanting to again be on in something independent. You'd want to like start your own business and get away from all of this. And again, this entrepreneurship energy really comes in here. They gave you two cards for is there something else that would be more in alignment here? Yeah, there's something that would bring you joy. And the Knight of Swords. Here's that you got in your first reading, which is, education. I feel like, passing the exam and getting into something that while you're learning, I feel like you're going to realize, oh, it's like when I had this impression I was going to be an accountant when I was young. It's because my dad wanted me to be one. And I'm like, okay, I'll be an accountant. And I knew from when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I'm gonna be an accountant. Everybody was so surprised how confident I was gonna be that I was gonna be an accountant, and I was very surprised when I took my first accounting course in college, and I was like, "Ugh, I'm not gonna do this." I would be very good at it, but I'm like, "I'm gonna get so bored with this, it wouldn't excite me." And I feel like that's what's kinda gonna happen to you is you're gonna realize, "You know what? There's something more." Yeah, even on the bottom of the deck, and now I understand why they wanted me to wait to show these. You got the Page of Wands and the Eight of Wands. This is passion, higher passion, new passion that comes flooding in. So it feels like you're going to discover something like what makes my heart sing? Where is my excitement drawing me? And even though the mind's like, no, no, we need security, we need this, we need that. What will everyone think? It's like, yeah, but I don't want to end up existing living someone else's dream where you wake up every day going, "Oh, crap, I gotta go live my dream today." That's not your dream, that's someone else's dream. And I feel like you're gonna be discovering more as you get out of your head and more kind of into your heart. That's coming in there. So, let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here with the Moonology one. This is the bigger one. So let's see what, other advice they have for you regarding career, any other guidance that they can give you here to make the choice an easier one for you. Okay, you got this one here. You got the new moon in Aquarius. Bring love into the situation. I love it. I'm an Aquarius, so I know like Aquarian energy. New moon is planting new seeds, and Aquarius energy is all about the old ways. They don't work anymore. We need new ways. It's about, and the Tower card is kind of like Uranus energy in a way because it's an abrupt change of energy and wanting to do something. But this bringing love into the situation, again, get out of your heart. I mean, out of your head and into your heart. Bring your heart into deciding what you want to be when you grow up, and you don't have to decide it all today, of course, but you can like follow your heart. Where's your heart leading you right now, right? It says Aquarius is all about progress and modernity, like modernness. So this is the time to move forwards. The new moon in Aquarius card means no looking back. Change is on its way and it could come quickly. Whether you get the change you want depends both on whether you believe you can have it and how much you're relying on others to bring it to you. This card comes with the suggestion that you may need to do things independently. There's all that entrepreneur doing things yourself, right? On your own. But be loving, not too pragmatic. Time may be of the essence when this card comes up. Aquarius energy has an electric feel to it. Certain Sorry, it says certainly there is a sense that you need to let go of the past and move towards your future as soon as possible. To attune to this moon energy, explore the idea that it's not what you know, but whom you know. Other meanings for this card, you need to be more detached from this situation. Thinking outside the box will bring the solution. More pragmatism is called for, or improve your karma by doing some charitable work. The teaching you learn from this card says Aquarius is the sign of invention, modern advances, and technology and humanity. Its energy is a little brittle, it's individual, scientific even, and relatively emotionally detached. Many people think Aquarius is a water sign because the Aquarius symbol is the water bearer, but it's actually an air sign and is far more about intellect than the emotional water signs, as is this card, no matter when you draw it. So dropping convention works well with this energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it's difficult. My dad in his 60s, his 70s, he's in his 80s now. And he says, I still don't know what I want to do when I grow up. He's a Sagittarius, just so you know. All right. So that is what they have for you. Do it. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. Hey, I don't know what that other symbol is, but I8T. You can put your question. I'll add you if you want to make a donation. I can add you to the donation list. If you want a free reading, I'll add you to that. I'm finishing up donations right now, and depending on when I finish, I should most likely finish the last couple free readings I did not get to yet. So if you want to, pop it out there, and we'll most likely get to it. Right? So many blessings. Sorry, building up something on my lips here. Probably it's that green tea, and I'm going to drink more of it right now. All right. So we'll continue. So up next for donations, I've got Olivia times two, then Maria P, then Nelia is who I have left. And yeah. All right. So Olivia, you are up. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your dual donations. Here's your first one here. And this is for behind the scenes. So thank you for that. Good evening. I did have a happy new year. I hope you had one too. I was actually live. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. I think I was in bed by 11. I was tired. So spilling the tea with Bretta Z. That's my new line. Do you like that? That's why you're here. So this past week, you've had several realistic dreams. Yeah, this Cancer super full moon definitely impacts the dreaming world. I had so many weird dreams and very clear dreams, realistic dreams, like you said about Michael. So someone who you went out with and felt a connection with earlier this year. The reason you're reaching out is for clarity. The dream I had last night was the exact one I've had before, where we're in a room working on a project together. Whoa. Michael is someone who has a lot going on, but is the reason for the dream is because he's thinking about you, or is the dream about something that's about to come true? All right. Good question. Let's take a look here. What do we have happening? All right. So what's the reason for the dream? What's the reason for the dream? Okay, we got 1, 2, got this one. We do want these 2 underneath that. I do want this one, and I do want this one, and this one here, and evidently that one. And then these 2 over here, and those 2 there. Wow, all right, there's a lot going on with Michael here. All right, well, bottom of the deck, you do have the full card coming in, which is this, you know, it's the first card in the major arcana, so it's coming off of an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure is what's coming in here. We'll get clarity in what this is, but the reason, the purpose of the dream is to foreshadow the beginning of something new. We'll see if it has to do with Michael or if they're just a representation of someone. Because sometimes in our dreaming, but if you had it before, but it could be an indication from the spirit world that this is, something coming in here, right? Yeah, it was a, a full moon. So yeah. So there definitely is that, and that can bring up a lot from the subconscious. So let's take a look and we'll see what this is about here. Yeah. Well, so you got the moon card, Cancer, uh, moon energy, which is tomorrow. So a lot of it has to do with the full moon. The So they were going to bring it in anyway, even if I didn't channel it before I pulled the cards. So the dreaming, the clarity of it, really has to do with the moon popping in. Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, we have the 7 of Wands. There's this energy here about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending your position and your decisions. I feel like there's something in the dream about you're not doing it right. I don't know why that's coming through. You probably, because you had the dream, but there's this, I'm going to do it my way. Oh, you're supposed to do this way. Whatever, I'm doing it my way. I just feel like there's this Laverne and Shirley, my way, yes, my way, making my dreams come true, is what's playing in my head. If you ever saw Laverne and Shirley from the olden days. Um, Shamil Shalazal, Hollanday, whatever Hollanday Incorporated, whatever that is. Let's see what else we have here. Because there's this conflict going on between your head and your heart with the 5 of Swords. Let's see what this is below the surface. Yeah, between your self-love and relationships. So I feel like what's happening here, it's not about a future event. It's not about, you guys reconnecting. I feel like this is about reflecting upon yourself and, about your self-love versus romantic love. And that this is where the conflict is coming in here because you're being uh your self-love is unconditional, but there's these conditions that are, of course, that we all have growing up around. It's like rules around relationships, supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be's, right? Who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring into the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to be, how it's supposed to unfold, what's the outcome supposed to be, what is it supposed to bring me, who am I supposed to be in the relationship, just who am I supposed to be in life, and I'm exhausted after all that, right? And we are. It sucks the life out of things, and I feel like that's what's coming in here is this conflict between, you know, self-love is inward and upward, but every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of the love we have for ourself. So in your dream, they're saying that what they were representing was your self-love being reflected outward. And so whatever you were experiencing in the dream has something to do with your self-love and how it's reflected. So that was a it's like they're a figment of your imagination, but they're this expression of your self-love into the outside world in the dream, if that makes sense. Let's put these other cards right here because this is going deep. We got the Knight of Wands. Yeah, this is the quest of stepping into your power energy. What's next to it here? You've got the Eight of Pentacles, which is the transformational energy, the caterpillar letting go of some old ways, and turning into the butterfly. And I feel like, this is about facing letting go of a caterpillar so that you could be a butterfly and that you could go somewhere that is in more alignment with your energy. When we become butterflies, we're like, but I'm used to being around caterpillars. They're like, yeah, but they eat leaves and you like, blossoms. Well, I'll go run and get some nectar from blossoms and then I'll come back. They're like, yeah, but you keep on having to go all this distance for them, and they can't come to you because 'cause they're like, they'll eat your flowers. That's funny. You don't want the caterpillars to follow you because 'cause they'll end up killing the plants that you get your nourishment from, and then you wanna go on this migration, you're like, "Come but I'm gonna go 1,000 miles, and then I have to fly 1,000 miles back to see them." And they're like, "Yeah, sometimes it's time to let go of caterpillars, and you'll find butterfly friends who match your energy that are more in alignment with who you have become than from who you were," right? Below the surface of those 2, yeah, the Six of Swords, which is transition, letting old ways of thinking go away, replacing it with higher ways of thinking, and so there's movement energy that comes in with that. Again, this energy of leaving the caterpillar thinking behind and moving into your butterfly thinking. So I feel like it's more of or bringing it up for you to release that because it's bubbling there below the surface, which the moon, especially this Cancer moon, it says down here on the bottom, the unconscious, the thing that's running below the surface that's there. You also have the Eight of Swords. So you're letting go of, again, here's more of this. You have the Five of Swords, the Six of Swords, the Eight of Swords. This is about leaving behind those thoughts and beliefs that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And this is about you seeing yourself bigger than you were, that you don't have to settle and, um, to do that. And that's that full. This is a refresh, a new start that's coming in with that full card that you got in the bottom of the deck to start off with, right? Which is leading you to the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. You have the Seven of Pentacles. You also have the Seven of Cups next to it. So the dream is really here showing you the emotions that are clogging. You're ready to let go. The Seven of Pentacles, because you got the Eight of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles is like the slowness and realizing the fruit that you got isn't the fruit you want anymore. And so you're transforming, right? And I feel like if it's like there's this honesty that comes in with the dream that they're like, "See this?" And you're like, "Yeah." And I have these feelings, but then you realize also if I'm I feel like they're saying if I'm honest with myself, I'll realize I'm not who I was before and I'm ready to move forward into something else. Yeah. The World card. Ending of a cycle, a beginning of a new adventure. Which then brings you to the full card, right? That's the last card in the major arcana, which moves you to the new one here. And yeah, the Five of Cups. It's okay to mourn. This is a transformation of emotion, moving from old emotion to higher emotion, energy. But it is the number of change, the change of heart in a way that's coming in here. And there is an absence, and it's important to know, they're bringing in here what is it? I forget where I read it. It might be Mel Robbins, book, the Let Them theory. But there's and I think I read it somewhere else too, but it says if someone wanted to do something, they would. And so when someone doesn't and, "Oh, I'm busy," and da 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 da, there I think it was it? I don't know who it was. They were saying, like, people who text, 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 but don't make plans to meet in person, you realize that if they wanted to, they would, and they're not, so that means they don't want to, and that's okay. It's not personal, it's just it's showing us people are showing us who they are, and that's good. We let them show us, and then we let us. We let them be them, we don't try to change them. We just let them communicate to us, and we're like, "Alright, yeah, you're not who I'm looking for. You're not the droid I'm looking for, so I'll move on," and find the one because you're helping me realize you're not the one for me. There's someone else that will make the time for me, not try to fit me in between the important things, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in with this too. And we'll look at your number two. This one, we look for the Moonology deck here. Then your other one's from this other deck. So this one is balance, spirituality, and practicality. Full moon in Pisces. This is almost like the full moon in Cancer. You got a huge water moon, and it's a full moon too. So let's see here what this brings in here for you. So, have you been so head in the clouds that you've lost touch with reality? If so, take this card as a sign that you need to pay attention and make a concerted effort to move towards your goals. The more practical steps you can take, the better. It's time to find an inner balance between your responsibilities and your dreams. Meditate on your questions, and the solution to your issue may now come through very clearly. If you're in a tricky situation because you've been acting the martyr, this card will be a message from the cosmos to drop the act for everyone's sake. To attune to this moon, it says meditate every day and see what comes to you. Answers will come. And then additional meanings for the card, there's 5 of them. You're in a super romantic, but not super realistic state. I have a Pisces moon. That's why I'm laughing. My moon is in Pisces. I'm like, yeah, that explains my 5 relationships that I had. Follow your intuition, it won't let you down. At worst, this card can herald the end of a dream. The person you're inquiring about is a soulmate. Oh, interesting. Avoid substance abuse. If you have to take that other one, you have to take that one too. But, and everyone there are soulmates. I mean, we have a lot of people, I mean, all of you are my soulmates because you came into my life and your souls, and you came in for me to hear your messages. I learned so much from your guys' messages for my own self. So, you know, a soulmate doesn't have to mean a romantic one either, right? But the teaching this card brings in for you, it says Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. So the full moon in Pisces symbolically marks endings. When the moon is full in Pisces, or whenever you pull this card, it's a time to dive deep into your emotions. Practicality is at odds with the numinous Piscean energies that have no borders. So feel your way now. Psychic ability is heightened when the full moon is in Pisces or in Cancer, and soulmates now connect. It's also a time to send out your dreams to the universe, releasing your fears. So interesting. Hopefully that helps. All right. So that's for that one. Thank you again for your dual donations. We'll move on to number 2 here. So we got 429 even here. So here's both your time stamps. And this one is the unboxing. All right. So number 2, this past week, your gut and maybe it's because of the dreams, has been telling me he's going to be a major part of your life in 2026. May have a reading on what will unfold between Michael and I for this year. All right. Let's take another sip here. All right. Let's turn that down a little. All right. All right. I feel like I need to shuffle these cards one more time. So, based on current energies or on fate, what will unfold between you and Michael this year? All right. So, we've got here's January. I think we're going to do like January, February, March, April, May. Going to do a month by month. And then June, July, August, September, October. And here is November. I was going to grab the other one, but it slipped away. So I don't think that was it. Let's see here. December. Oh, there we go. December. All right. Okay. So for January, yeah, we've got, of course, the devil card coming in here. So I feel like January feels more like an energy of you're working on expectations. You're letting go of a lot of long held beliefs, like we talked about, supposed to be's and should be's and all that. It's the shaking and the rattling. Can even be because it's ruled by Saturn. It can be like a Saturn return energy where, we're facing a lot of things. Usually happens 29 years old is our first one, 58. I just had my full Saturn return this last year, but it can impact us 3 to 5 years before and after. So 23 to 33, 53 to 63, we go through all of that challenging. Luckily, the second Saturn return, we learned from watching other people, not going through it ourselves. It was so much better than the first one. But I feel like that's January, a lot of letting things go. I don't feel like a lot of contact, a lot of internal work. February, you have the Ace of Pentacles. So they might reach out. You might have an opportunity for a start here. But I don't know, this Ace of Pentacles, it's a new opportunity in the outside world, but I almost feel like it might be you might have someone else come into your life here. We'll see this energy because I don't know. I just you feel like you have this connection, but maybe it's their twin. Their what is it called when it's someone's doppelganger? Maybe it's them. But there is definitely new contact with someone in February. We'll see what unfolds here and see what energy comes through. Because you got the Justice card. So March is more clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective, especially since this is there we go, not so much glare. It's a Libra energy, which is clarity around what you want in a relationship and what you don't want in a relationship. There's that balancing, seeing things differently, cutting away expectations. Again, more balancing energy that comes in regarding the thinking side coming in. Of course, Libra is air energy. April, yeah, the Tower card. So if it is them that comes in, there is this sudden removal of someone out of your life to make room and space for someone who is more in alignment with your energy, like we were talking about, right? So that Tower card is this release energy that comes in here. May, you have the King of Wands. I feel like there's this fire sign that comes in here. And there is this, yeah, because I don't feel like this is you. At first, I was like, "Is this you deciding what you want, what you don't want, and blah blah blah?" No, this is a fire sign entering your life and coming in May, which leads to June. Um, this is more Three of Pentacles is you being true to your authentic self. This is more friendship groups and things here. So I don't feel like it's a romantic thing in May. I just feel like you meet someone and I feel like they might be like a part of your friends group or it could be like they're a friend of a friend that comes in here as well. Yeah, you like your fire signs. um and then June, that was June, July. Yep, you have the Empress energy. You're spending a lot of this time here, again, more creative energy, but it's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, really nurturing yourself in July. A lot of growth, like we said, this whole butterfly energy. I feel like you're learning a lot, letting a lot of stuff go, a lot of realization of things. Um, but even though this King of Wands is like a fire, a different, I feel like it's a different fire sign. And I know you have your heart set on Michael, but the energy I'm getting is, no, this is your like their doppelganger. You're like, oh my God, they are like their name is Michael. It's almost like shut up. And then you're like, it's almost like you're seeing a lot of similarities between the two, but they have the time. They pay attention to you. They they show you that they make time. Like I said, they make time for you. It's like, "Oh, I'm so busy." You know how it is. If it's something we want, we find time. Otherwise, we don't, right? So, that's good to know, right? August, November, wait, January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, July, August. Yeah, we're right. And then we have August. The wheels of fate are turning. And so this brings a significant ending, but a significant beginning into your life here. The wheels, the tuna for you, even your human is like, yes, this is for me kind of energy that comes in with this. And it feels fated kind of energy. Um, yeah. And then you have the Seven of Swords. So you're letting go of some more of your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets here that don't serve you. And I feel like this it's not deception from the outside world, it's deception of our own self where we're being um we're having the opportunity because it's not tested, we're never tested. We're having the opportunity to have to be able to question these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore, right? And again, that's what's coming in. We're realizing, oh, my old thoughts that would steal opportunities away from me before. I see them and I'm releasing them, and there's this kind of energy that comes in there. 8, 9. So October, yeah, here's the butterfly. You have the hanged man. This is the big transformation that happens here for you in October, where you are. I feel like this is where the energy you've been doing, all the cocooning and transformation that you've been going through, and now poof, you're out of the cocoon and your beautiful butterfly wings and it's drying and you're getting ready to fly, that coming in here. And then you're into November, which, yeah, November is when the relationship kicks in and it starts here. Um, and so this is where I feel November is when, because I feel like this new fire sign that came in here, that's, part of it was like a friend of a friend, but now they become part of your friends group, where even though they were an outsider of a friend, they become a friend and a close friend, and you get to meet them and have a lot of transformation through here where I feel like you guys hang out quite a bit, and this is all this learning of stuff, but the 2 of Cups, this is when the official relationship is, you know, official, that comes in. And then December, Knight of Wands. Things move fast, a lot of passion, you know, that come in here, a very fiery December, which makes sense with, um I feel like you guys kind of know it as you're going along, but there's this big movement and fast moving energy that comes in. Because I do feel here, I mean, you got the Lovers card on the bottom, which this came out first, and I was like, "Oh, does this mean that you do all this?" And they're like, "No, hold on, hold your thought." 'Cause I'm like, "Well, I usually do the bottom of the card energy first unless they go, "Zzz, zzz." And so that's what they wanted because they didn't want they want it to be that that's not that it's the Michael doppelganger that that's funny, that you, based on current energies is who you end up with here. So it's somewhere someone similar, but there's some important differences, and um, that's funny. That's funny that it's like, "Oh my gosh, that could be them." Not like they're twins or something, a long lost twin that has found them, but that's the energy I'm getting in there. We'll see what else comes in here with your fortune cookies, um, but that's what the energy I feel is coming in here. I don't know, I know you have your heart set on all that, and that's okay. You know, this is just the messages from spirit. You can always do whatever you want to do, right? Let's put the cards back in here. And then let's see what these cards are here. So this is from the Stardust Seed Oracle. You get two cards. One has a little short message, and then the other has a more in-depth message here. All right. Yep. So you've got the Seat of the Soul is this card here, which says stay connected to your inner energy. It's the real source of your life. And then you also got infinite possibilities that come in here. So, advice from your higher self. At every moment, life presents us with a myriad of possibilities. Our choices, beliefs, and actions shape the path we walk, but the horizon of potential is boundless. Encountering the infinite possibilities card is an exhilarating message from your higher self, suggesting you're standing at a crossroads of potential. Embrace this moment with optimism and courage. Know that the universe is vast and your potential within it is limitless. Dream big, act with intention, and watch as the world unfolds its magic before you. Life's true beauty lies in its unpredictability and infinite possibilities. Whether we realize it or not, we're constantly co creating our reality. By aligning our intentions with positive actions and an open heart, we can harness this vast potential, turning dreams into realities and challenges and into opportunities. So, based on current energies, what I gave you is what the unfolding is that you'll be hearing from Michael. Yeah, that's what we said, right? The Ace of Pentacles in February is that you'll hear from them, and then whatever happened in March. Sorry, hold on a sec. And then April is when the tower happens, though. So based on current energies, there is reconnection. Like January was the devil card, right? So you're working on yourself and working on expectations. Then boom, here comes this opportunity with Michael. And then March, I think there was more thinking and clarity or something, that one, right? And then April is the tower where they're suddenly out of your life again. Um, so I do feel like you'll be hearing from them. And you might go back and listen to the beginning. You have your other timestamp. So 429 is when this one started. If you go back and kind of look, I mentioned that for February, I believe. And then, but then that tower card is when it comes in. So based on current energies, is, you know, that's what can happen. But that's what they say. It's a world of possibilities. The future always is based on current energy, but it's a map, right? If you focus in on your expectations and releasing expectations, because it could be some of the expectations you have of supposed to be and should be and need to be is what keeps them away because they're like, I don't want expectations and I'm afraid of failure. And so when you change, then your future changes because as we alter it, our energy changes. And but sometimes if our energy changes and we raise our love vibration and they don't, you don't draw them to you because if you're co-creating, right? And so if your energy's up here, like you're a butterfly and they're a caterpillar, you're from two different worlds. Your life is not going to attract them because they're not looking for what butterflies are. They're like, I need leaves, not flowers and nectar. Are you crazy? And you're like, oh, you're eating leaves still? Don't you want something new? This nectar, oh, it's so good. Don't you want to go into the cocoon and evolve and become a butterfly and travel with me? And we go distant because I can't carry you. You're a big, large caterpillar, and I can't carry you, you know? So, there's that energy that's there. So there's always that possibility, but I feel like there's a different, you know, like it's a world of, and this card kind of represents this. You're not fated to be with just one person. Your relationships, there's a ton of different, not a ton, there's a variety of possibilities. If you go this path, you end up with this person. If you go this path, maybe you end up with Michael. If you go this path, you end up with this King of Wands. If you go this path, you end up with someone else. So it's all about our moment by moment choices. And we can trust that it's going to unfold as it will based on us. And so the biggest thing that we can do in our lives is realize every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of my self love. So the more I raise my own love vibration by questioning my thoughts and beliefs that don't serve me anymore and let them go, and emotions that don't serve me anymore and let them go, and the energy that doesn't serve me anymore and let it go, and the things in the physical world that don't, you know, um, feel me anymore and letting it go. All that energy, letting that go is like letting sandbags go off of a hot air balloon. It allows you to rise your love vibration and you experience a love that's of higher vibration, of unconditional love and joy and gratitude and play, and not of the lower vibration of fear, of deception and cheating and fights and all that deliciousness that we come here for. But so blah blah blah. There you go. All right. So there you go, Olivia. So hopefully that helps a little bit. All right. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right. Maria P, you are up. Look at 447.47 for your second donation. Here is your timestamps. And let me move that out of there. All right. So let's bring up your second donation via Z PayPal. All right. All right. So you took today off, but you definitely got many emails. Oh, from like work. So thoughts on you from Dr. Laura and Dr. Bob. So Dr. Laura. Okay. What about Dr. Bob? Dr. Bob and Dr. Bob. What about the promotion? Oop, okay. Got that one. And these. All right. Then Wally is taking a long time to message back. Is there something I should know? You're so funny. What's coming for you in your love life? All right. And no sleep over today. Is that a question? I didn't see maybe you were meaning that to be a question there. All right. All right. So let's take a look here. What are thoughts of Dr. Laura? Yeah, I like it. Dr. Laura, she's, the Three of Wands is about um, like a change of direction in a way with new information. The Ten of Swords is about letting go of a lot of expectations and seeing things differently. And I feel like they really, I feel like she's probably, the tough one out of the 2, that she's really strict and she has, like, her things have to be a certain way, and I feel like she's really learned to let a lot of that go, and that's changed her perception of you and everyone, really, not just you, uh, just to be clear with that, and I feel like she's really lightened up a bit, and she's starting to see things and appreciate things more, so I like that. Doctor Bob, of course, thinks you are the bomb diggity. You got the Empress energy, that they see the caring, they see the creativeness, they see the benefit that you bring, and they know you're growing and transforming with this hanged man. And I feel like they see that, excuse me, that they can, I mean, they can see that you're like in the cocoon and you're transforming and you're growing, and they can see what kind of project what you can do and what you're becoming, and they like that, and they wanna support that, for you too. The promotion we got here, yeah, got star card, dream come true energy, so I do feel like the promotion is in the works here. You got the 7 of Wands, yeah, it's about you being true to your authentic self, shining bright, not dimming your light, not feeling the need to defend, you know? I like that. You got the Page of Swords. Yeah, a lot to learn, a growth opportunity here. And I feel like you said you're getting some training, and this is like more training, more opportunity to learn more that comes in here. Yeah, and Ace of Wands, inspiration and action energy. So all of this tells me that, yeah, there's that promotion that's there. Uh Wally is taking time to message back. Is there something that you need to know about Wally? Six of Wands, victory, movement. He's working on getting things moving and, um, because he spent the day this morning with you, right? And so now he's having to catch up on all the stuff that he wasn't able to do when he was with you today, right? So he's like, go, 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 go. So he's got a lot of projects, a lot of things that he's completing to go in there, right? Um, What's coming for you in your love life here? Yeah, got the Hierophant, which says join together. A lot of growing, a lot of learning and changing, right? And, you know, part of this is, just as an example, they're taking too long to text back. That's an expectation, which is low vibration energy, which pushes them further away instead of what am I grateful for? So whenever you're tempted, this is like a big learning thing that comes in, right? Whenever I'm tempted to judge him, instead I give him grace and I give him love and I focus on what I'm grateful for about what they are doing, right? You had a sleepover. Before that would have been a miracle. Now are you taking it for granted? Are we starting to take them for granted? And if we do, that means we're falling into that hole of disappointment. They're not doing everything I want them to do, not in the timing, not in the what, the when, the where, the what, 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 what. We just start looking at everything. And the more stories we tell our mind of not happening, the more proof it gives us. And it neglects to show us all the have, all the stuff they are doing. And so it's like an adjustment. And that's what's coming in here is you're learning and growing to see things from a higher perspective instead of a lower perspective, right? Not from a place of judgment, but from a place of grace and unconditional love and joy and gratitude, right? So I feel like that's what's coming in for you. No sleepover today? Nope. Hermit card. All alone. But what about gratitude for the sleepover that you have had, right? And gratitude for it. So I feel like that's what their big message is there for you with that one there. All right. So let's see what your other fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. So Stardust Seed Oracle. Okay, this is your first one, and here is your second one. Oh, nice. So this one is conscious alertness. Are you spying on them with your big eye? Says stay aware and mindful. It connects you to your essence. So, and like I think we talked about earlier, right? Be conscious of what you're focusing on. Because if we go into fight or flight mode or autopilot, we're going to focus on expectations and the low. So learning to, I'm going to consciously choose what I'm going to focus on what I'm choosing in each moment, not just be on autopilot and let my inner children choose, right? And then you have the eternal now, which says, this is advice from your higher self. The presence of the eternal now card in your spread is a call from your higher self to immerse in the present. Amidst the chaos and distraction, there lies a timeless space of now that holds pure consciousness and peace. Your soul is urging you to tap into this profound moment, to experience life with all your senses, and to find joy in the simple act of being. Beyond the confines of past memories and future anxieties lies the vast, boundless ocean of the present moment, the eternal now. That real power, understanding, and spiritual growth reside in the embrace of the present. By liberating ourselves from the chains of past regrets and future uncertainties, we immerse our spirits in the continuous flow of the now, experiencing life in its purest, most authentic form. And that's what was happening, right? Fear doesn't exist in the now. Fear exists in the past and in the future. It's in the moment, I'm fine. But when I start worrying, what's happening? They're doing this. And then what does that mean? What's the unknown that's coming, right? We come back into the now. We can only go into the past to think about the things that we're grateful for, not the things that aren't happening and this and that and blah, 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 because what does that give us? More of that, right? So think of the donut store, point at all the donuts you love, and you end up with the box of donuts you love, point at all the donuts you hate or that are missing, and you end up with the donut holes or donuts you hate instead of big donuts. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So I think we are here to Nelia Maderos. Nelia, look at that, 45807. There is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. Thank you for all your patience and getting to your readings too. I know sometimes spirit gets chatty and we're on for a while. Yeah, we're at almost 5 hours. So thank you guys again so much. I'm so grateful for those that you hang out with me for hours and hours. I'm so grateful. So Nelia, Happy New Year. You want to come and say hello, my friend? So thank you so much. And let's see here. Um, Let me see here. Am I missing your question? Let me do here. Well, let's see. Message retracted. Did you put a question out there? Did you hit that like button? On fire with his readings. All right, let me see here. There it is. So, what does Spirit want you to know? Anyone or anything coming towards you? All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? those. All right. All right. And that. All right. And then what's below? I feel like there's something below the surface for these two. And we've got that one and that one, and then these two. Oop, these four underneath there. All right. We got it here. Oh, hey, Ankita. I didn't see you come in here. I totally missed you there. Sorry. Oh, hey. Thanks for hanging out there, Nelia. Glad I scrolled down. Hello. All right. Well, at the bottom of the deck here. Bottom of the deck. What is my voice changing? What's going on? You got the King of Swords. A lot of mental energy with that. A lot of clarity that's coming in here. So I feel like there is a lot of clarity coming in of things in your life, of people in your life. I feel like we've got here. This is your clarity of your older daughter, and your clarity of your younger daughter. That's coming in here. And then this other one is whatever else is coming towards you here. So I feel like they wanted to show that there's this clarity. For your older daughter, yeah, we do got the 8 of Cups and the Ace of Cups. So I feel like something is going on with your daughter where they are letting go of some old emotions and old relationships that don't serve them anymore. And they are in this place of learning more about their self-love with the Ace of Cups, but I also feel like there is a new love that is coming their way or has come into their life that they've kind of kept, I think, on the down low. Not like it's a secret, can't tell anyone, but more like, I don't wanna curse it. I'm just gonna see what unfolds with it here." Sorry, I've been sitting for 5 hours, I just realized I have never gotten up. No wonder my butt is numb. But we've got this, I feel like there is a love that's in their life. It's progressing, but they don't wanna curse it. Underneath the surface, yeah, they don't wanna curse it. Death and rebirth energy that comes in here. Um, and it might even be someone that they were with before, but it feels like a while ago because it does say revive, and this 8 of Cups with this death card, death and rebirth. I'm like, oh, is an old relationship that ended coming back from the dead? Is it going to be a zombie relationship? But I feel like they're like, I'm not really sure, you know, before I say anything, I don't want to, say, oh, and then everyone get excited and then it ends again. But I feel like they're entertaining an old relationship that they haven't really said. And I feel like that's some clarity that comes out because I feel like things start going well. And I feel like you're here in the near future, at least maybe in February, because I feel like you're like, oh, you do anything for Valentine's Day? And they're like, yes. And you're like, oh, really? What are you doing? And you're like, all right, mom. That's funny. Busted, busted. Right. Younger daughter, what do we have going on here? Yeah, I like this. We've got this um 4 of Pentacles and the 7 of Wands coming in here, and it feels like your younger daughter is really seeing their sense of worth in a different way. And the 7 of Wands is about not shrinking, not dimming my light, not defending myself, but being more true to myself. That 4 of Pentacles is that not defining myself by the outside world, but defining myself internally. So it does feel like you're the younger of your twin daughters, right? That they're really stepping into their own. And I feel like this relationship that your older daughter is kind of reigniting is giving your younger daughter space to be like, you know what? I'm not going to wait around and do all this. I'm going to go do stuff on my own. I'm going to meet people. And I feel like they're really stepping out of, I don't know if they kind of were under the shadow of your older daughter, but it feels like they are stepping out with that. below the surface of her, yeah, Ace of Pentacles, new venture, new opportunities. So really, I feel like that's the clarity you get to see around that too, is you're really getting to see how they're changing and evolving more too. I really feel like with that King of Swords, you're seeing him in a different light. You know, you really like, are you really getting to see them from like a place of, I was gonna say a place of reality, not the place of perception, if that makes sense. Interesting. All right. What else is this that's coming in here for you? Do you have the Hanged Man? So you've been in this, there's this cocooning. What's unfolding here? There's something that you've been paused on for a little bit. You are gaining some internal strength and connection with your higher self through this too. Two major arcana. These are pretty significant. You got the Two of Wands, which is an energy of realization that whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. So as you focus on what you're grateful for, more of that, focus on what you feel is missing, get more missingness with this. But you have the Empress. So you do have this new birth, this time here of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, really, with these three major arcana coming in here, I feel like this is all about you. A lot of realization of what your true identity is and a lot of letting go of things, right? Let's see what's below the surface here because I feel like there is a lot of this self-discovery and transformational energy that's coming in here. Let's see what's below the surface. Yeah, you got the Six of Wands, which is a victory, um, energetic flow energy. You got the Page of Pentacles. So seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a heightened way, a different way, which does create some new opportunities in the future. Got the Five of Cups. There's a little bit of mourning. Oh, did you guys separate? You got the Sorrow card, which is this energy of mourning and, realizing that every emotion is, there's no right or wrong emotions, just different emotions with different experiences, different outcomes. And when we're done feeling what we want to feel, allowing ourselves to feel not stuff, that it transforms emotion and allows us to realize with that Two of Cups that's normally behind the person that's in the Five of Cups. They're looking at the three spilt cups, and then the two cups behind is like, when I'm ready, I know I have another emotional choice if I want to take it. There's no right or wrong. It's just when I'm ready, I know that this isn't the only emotion I'm stuck feeling the rest of my life, that I'm going to allow my emotions to be felt and expressed and transmuted, and then I'm able to choose a higher vibration when I'm ready for that. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely have these two fives coming in with that Five of Cups and the Five of Pentacles. Is a lot of clarity around, the fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, um, not having enough, not being enough. That there's a lot of clarity that, this King of Swords brings you that connection to the higher realms that allows you to see things from this, place of capital T truth that we can never be truly abandoned. We can never be heartbroken. We can never be less than because of who we are. We're powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings, but we come down here to experience what it might feel like to feel that crap, right? And when we do, we're like, all right, um, once I'm done experiencing it, then I can always you know, re re-energize myself in a way. Because the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Cups, which is the quest of the Holy Grail, the quest of self-love. And that's what we're here all about, right? To experience that. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here through the Moonology Oracle. else? What else? What else for our sister? Okay, here we go. Wow, jumping. And you have the full moon in Cancer, which is what we're in right now. A personal issue reaches resolution. You can't make it up that you get the card of the full moon that it's in this exact moment, right? Well, we're close to it. We're like 4 hours away from being in the thick of it, but we're within the 8-hour period before it where it really starts to activate. Okay, it's back here. Come on. There we go. So things are likely to get very heated as full moon in Cancer is a super emotional sign, and it is a super moon too. So there could be something of an explosion of feelings around now or surrounding your question. It's important to be sensitive to other people when you pull this card. There are some very fine sensibilities around, so tread carefully as you move towards your goals or your dreams. This card indicates an especially feminine time. It also heralds, well, I guess that's why we had all your daughters come up here, right? It also heralds the time to deal with any family issues coming up. Nothing to worry about. It signals a challenge is now coming to an end. This card also suggests both that a domestic matter or private issue will soon come to a head and that it's a great time to move house. The answer to your question lies in being a kind leader. This is the time for you to step up and agree to overcome your insecurities. Well, there's the Five of Pentacles that we all love because that represents our fear of being abandoned 11, and all of that. That if you're human, most likely we experience that. You can attune to the moon. It says it may be best to move towards what you want in a sideways manner, not direct, but kind of like the cat that kind of jumps to the side. Additional meaning for this card is meditate to soothe heightened emotions. Don't be clingy. Stop sulking. Have you had enough family time lately? The teaching from this full moon in Cancer says the heightened emotions of the moon Cancer combination can't be ignored. However, Cancer is one of the moon's two home signs along with Taurus. So, astrologically speaking, the moon loves to be in this sign. In fact, she rules Cancer. This means that with this card, there's a sense that all is as it should be. Or don't worry, all will soon be well. Wow. I love that message for you. So that's what they have for you, Nelia Nelia. Hopefully that helps and resonates with you. And if anyone's watching, you guys didn't watch the beginning of this stream, we did actually a full moon ritual for the Cancer moon, a beautiful flow of emotional energy. And we gave some ideas on what you can do for your own full moon ritual as well. All righty. So that is it for my donations. Let me just check my email here. I think that's it over there and over here. So we just got a couple of last two more freebies that I will complete here before we round out the session here. So up next, we do have Minu. Here is your timestamp here. And so I want to know, does he realize that he did wrong to you? All right, let's take a look here. Thank you. And this one here. You know, with the King of Wands and the Eight of Cups, you know, there is this energy of, I don't know, when I got the King of Wands, is like kings don't do wrong. How can you ever say that a king would do wrong? But the King of Wands, the King of Fire energy, and actually I got a little pop-up that just popped up on my computer saying, "Fire weather watch," because I think we have wind or something coming in. And that fire, um, there is when you look at, this analogy, I get this when we ask questions like this, so like, do they realize or are they coming back or do they realize they did wrong? They're always moving forward. They're like a grass fire. They just move forward, burning things. They don't look backwards and see what they burned. And so there is no regrets. There is no that I did wrong. This is my nature. I'm fire. I burn. I move forward. Eight of Cups is I leave behind emotions and people that don't serve me anymore and I move forward. And that's what comes in here. I don't fe this is their energy. I don't feel like they realize. They don't acknowledge it. They don't reflect. At this point in their life, they just keep moving forward, keep moving forward, keep moving forward. And they can't go backwards because there's no fuel for the fire to burn backwards because 'cause they've already burned it. They just keep going onto the next, onto the next, onto the next kind of energy. And the thing that we can learn through this is when we feel we have been wronged, there's some great clarity that can come in because from spirit's perspective, there is no wrong or right, good or bad. There's no judgment. So when people in the outside world do things or don't do things, say things or don't say things, they're meaningless. They just are. But being wronged is a story, right? Because we have an expectation, opinion that we were given growing up that when someone does this, this is what that means about you. It means you were wronged and it means that they did bad. When in reality, they just did and it just is. There's no meaning to it till it gets into our noggin and we assign a story to it. But because we're the ones that assign the story to it, probably because we took on someone else's opinion and we applied that opinion to it, we can question it and go, what's at the root of this? What gift is in this for me to understand? Like being cheated on. That story of being cheated on is when someone goes and has intimacy with someone else when they told me that they were only going to be intimate with me. Of course, that seems wrong. And in the moment when back then when it happened to me, yeah, I get it. "Wah!" But in hindsight, when reflecting, when I realized, oh, they were just acting on their low self-esteem, trying to fill themselves up with, you know you know, intimacy, we'll call it intimacy, with, who knows how many people, and that it's not enough because they haven't found their self-love. So, I understand, oh, that's why they were doing what they did because they were someone who does something that's not loving is in fear. It's either of love or a cry out for love, and they were crying out for love by their actions. It wasn't personal. They weren't thinking about me. They were thinking about, "I need to show that I'm lovable. I need to find love," and so that's what was going on, and that's what we can understand when people are doing the things, it's not intentional towards us. They weren't wronging us. They were wronging themselves. They are hurting themselves by acting unloving and uncompassionate, right? And then we are wronging ourselves when I assign my worth to their actions. I've been wronged, meaning I've been hurt. I'm less than now because of something someone did. That's wronging myself when I'm giving my worth to the outside world, right? And so when we realize that, and then it's what we love. Byron Katie, if you ever have a chance to check her out, she's got a great Judge Your Neighbor worksheet, and she's got a great website, and she's on YouTube too. Her name is Byron, Byron, and then her last name is Katie, Katie, which is on YouTube. Her website is thework.com, thework.com. And in one of the some of the amazing things that helped me with my life from her was when she realized she goes, "Through this process, you learn how you can release and forgive someone, and forgiveness is for us," right? It is because it's like one of the ways I heard forgiveness said is that forgiveness is refusing to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence. So I pour out the wrath, I forgive, I release it so that I can be a vessel of love instead of a vessel of pain. So it is for us. Forgiveness is for us. It's not forget, like, oh, I'm going to let you do it all over to me again. No, we're not stupid, right? We'll remember, but I'm releasing it for my sake. I'm releasing it because it's impacting me. And obviously, with this reading, it's not impacting them. They're already moved on and they're fire. And we're like, oh, I want them to come back and apologize. What's interesting about that is that when I'm trying to look to others to validate my worth and then they don't, then me needing an apology from them for what they did is a second attempt at still needing them to validate my worth. Instead, I release them and I give my power back to me, right? Other thing I love about Byron Katie is when she says, when you at some point, you can get to a point where you realize forgiveness isn't even needed because there was never anything that was wrong. Because rules are not a heavenly thing, that's a human thing. They're made up rules, and that's not really true. And that's when the part of that process, it sets you free from being under that, all that energy of all that. So that's what they have there for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Minu. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Ankita, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Mm. And today you have an interview. How will it go? Will you be selected? All right. So based on current energies, let's take a look here and see what we got here. Okay, we got that. And that here. All right. We've got the Devil card and the Tower card. And I feel like that this is a no, but you'll be glad for it someday. Because the Tower card is that whenever something is removed out of our life, it is for us, and it makes the space for something that's more in alignment of where we want to go and where we, head in life. The Devil card is a card of work. Saturn rules over Capricorn, which rules over the 10th house of work. So there is this, clarity that comes through here. And I feel like there's a lot of hidden things that for this job that it's not all that it's cracked up to be. You can know that you're being spared something that would either delay you or not be a pleasant experience for you. It's like, why won't this damn door open? And there's a hungry lion behind it that's going to chomp you. You're like, oh, I trust when a door doesn't open that it's for me, right? And I feel like this is the kind of energy that comes in here because I feel like there is a better position, a job that's more in alignment with who you are and where you want to head that opens up. But hey, if you get selected for this one, that it would delay you and that it would keep you in that other position. And you'd miss out on all this time going, oh, why would I have found this earlier? I could have been in this for a year instead of this other job. But you still go to the interview because the interviewing experience is good for you, just to be relaxed going, all right, but be aware of the energy that's there and go, but are you a good fit for me? You're asking me if I'm a good fit for you, but are you a good fit for me? So ask your questions. Really look into that there, but, I don't feel like you get, selected, but it's for you because there's something else out there that's more in alignment, so I like that for you, Ankita. Spared, spared. All right, and then Swaroop Bobby, hello, hello. I'll grab you here. This will be my last reading for tonight, though. I'm 5.5 hours in, and I am getting spent, so I'm going to head off here after this one. I'll be back tomorrow in about 12 hours, less than 12 hours, for my morning Saturday session tomorrow night as well at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. And then back again on the next on Sunday morning too at 11 a.m. All right, so Swaroop, next week reading, please. What's coming towards you? All right, let's take a look here. All right, we got here and this one here. What do we have coming towards you here? So you got the Hermit and the Empress energy. I like this. It feels like next week is more of like, of course, the Hermit is being like not out in the physical world, really kind of inward focused, because you have the Empress too. And the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, kind of nurturing yourself, focusing on yourself. So it feels like there's this, I don't know, you're just drawn in this next week to, and you're really kind of like an invitation from spirit to spend some alone time connecting higher to your spiritual posse, to your higher self, and really nurturing, doing those things, looking into your heart. There's a lot of emotional energy that comes in with the Empress, and I feel like it is this energy here. I feel like this Cancer, she's holding the moon in her lap here, and I feel like there is this, um, focusing on what you're releasing and what you're wanting to plant when the new moon in Capricorn comes up. But, whatever this releasing energy is for this full moon that you can do tonight and tomorrow, um, is an important part here. If you didn't listen to the beginning of this stream at the very beginning, a while ago, there is this energy of what happened here? Is it still going here? Okay, it is still live. Okay. Sorry, something popped up over here. I want to make sure I didn't get disconnected. Puppy spirit going, it's time is up. But I do feel like if you watch the beginning of the stream, we have a little full moon kind of ritual, but we talk about the things that you can use this energy for. And I feel like that's important because it's very emotional, nurturing energy, letting go of old emotions and some different things that can help cleanse. But I feel like it's a very to yourself energy this coming week. And it's more of the internal world than it is the external world. So hopefully that helps. All right. That's what they got for you, Swaroop. I will fit you in. You will be my absolute last one though, because I've been on for 5.5 hours and I do need to head out. But I will scooch you in here. So I'm gonna call you I8T because I don't know what that other symbol is there. So here is your timestamp. Here you go. And you want to know TNO's current feelings to MPPA and what is this next move to you? Okay. Oh, so this is for you. Okay. So what are their current feelings for you? What are the current feelings here? Okay. We got this here. And then next actions. Okay. So their current feelings for you, well, they're really in their head. Are they an air sign? Because the King of Swords rolls over the suit of the mind, and all kings get a second portion of swords. So it's double the amount of thinking. So it's more like would be asking, what are they feeling, not feeling about me, what are they thinking? It's like ask if you know Star Trek, it's like asking a Vulcan how they feel. They're like, "What? I don't speak that language." Because I feel like they're more of a mental energy than they are of an emotional energy. So they get caught up in their thoughts more than their heart here. Um, let's see what their next actions are here. That'll tell us a bit here. Yeah, this makes sense that they're more about their passion than they are about emotion. So they'll express themselves more through motion than emotion, action. And the Eight of Wands is a lot of passion, but the Three of Wands is also this going a different route than they thought they would. Again, all this thinking, really overanalyzing, getting caught in their head. It feels like they go a different direction with this Three of Wands than they thought they would. And it feels kind of more of this, I don't know. It feels like they are they don't want, like, someone who's, like, overly emotional because they don't get it, they don't understand it, they don't know what to do with it. Passion, yes, but not emotion, intimacy, but not love. Communication and thinking and maybe good conversations, but feels more like they might try to, like, um move into intimacy without emotion, and if that's not something that floats your boat, I feel like they're like, "I don't understand emotion," it scares them, and they just don't get it, and I feel like they would kind of take a different route, with that there, which is alright, you don't wanna settle and, for someone who doesn't if you want emotion in a relationship, it's like, well, they can't give that to me, why settle for that, right? You want someone that matches your energy. So, I feel like that's what's coming in for you right now. Um, so we can take that how you will with that, but I feel like, man. Anyway, that's just me. All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Right, everybody, I'm gonna be headed out of here. If you haven't, you still have a chance to get into my giveaway tomorrow. We have a full moon drawing. We have a drawing every full moon and every new moon. Of course, tomorrow's a full moon, so I'll pull it in the afternoon, so you still have a chance to get into the drawing. The link is always in the description box of the video, but here's the link if you want to check that out and how to get into the drawing. And if you haven't checked out my podcast, my free podcast, The Easier Path, here's the link to the most recent, but the link to the entire playlist is in the description box of the video. Or if you click and go to my main page at the top, it's in the playlist at the top too, where we talk about how to make this path an easier path if we want it to be. I wouldn't hate to cheat you out of the harder path because that's the way I learned the hard way. But if you're looking for some ideas or some information from Spirit on how to make this human adventure a little easier, be sure to check that out. It's free. Right, everybody? I'm headed to bed. I'll see you in the morning. Until I'm going to dream tonight for sure with this Cancer super full moon. Oh my gosh. But until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon.